change from anything. You must do what's in front of you, and making sure you do your best so that the team can win. Yeah.
I always, whenever I see you and whenever I hear you talk, you're so humble. There's so much humility about you. I wonder if humility is like an underrated quality in a captain. So I look at somebody like Martin Ødegaard. He's not out there shouting at everyone. Do you know what I mean? There's a humility about him too.
Because you're a servant. You're a servant to the team. That's what it's supposed to be. You're there to serve your teammates. You're there to serve your country or the city that you're representing. Whatever it is, it's not about what the city or what the country can do for you, it's what you can do for the team, and that's all that matters. And the most important is doing your job right and doing it properly on the field.
When you spent time with Ian Wright, it was really interesting just to see you exploring culture and going through the townships and all that kind of thing. I just wonder whether it feels important to you that Arsenal have somebody like Bukayo Saka, a young black man, who is a real icon within this team. He is a local guy, he has come through, and he, again, humble, brilliant talker.
I think it's important to have representation for everyone, not just for black people. I think for wherever you're from, you want to make sure, you do the best you can, because there's people who are looking at you and say, you know what, I am where I am right now. It might be difficult, my dream might not seem possible, but then you look up, you're like, oh, that guy, he comes from where I come from and he's made it. And it's not just for, I think, everybody struggles, black or white, everybody struggles, and people come from different circumstances, and you want to make sure that you give the best, because sometimes there's, let's say, white people grow in poor communities and they look at Bukayo and say, hey, I want to be like him one day, he comes from where I come from, so it's representation is important for everyone. I think for black people too, to say, okay, you know what, we are where we are, but those guys have made it and I want to be there and make it too.
Siya Kolisi, the great South African Rugby World Cup winning legend. Matt Upson, correspondent John Murray, both alongside us. I mean, lessons upon lessons within that on leadership, which any captain should listen to.
Yeah, absolutely. Really kind of clever words, interesting words about representation as well, and about being the best that you can be. And I think that's really what he was referring to. I mean, it doesn't give you a right to be better than anyone else, but you just try and be the best that you can be. And you look at the leaders on the pitch here today, that's exactly how they approach it. And then what happens. People will follow, people will respect it, people will step back, and it'll either encourage and all of those things is what makes leadership qualities. And the more people you can have on that field today that try and grab hold of that and drive that themselves, it's a dream for any manager. To have that in the dressing room, to have that kind of culture, that's what winning teams are made of.
Almost out of nowhere, the stage is quite literally nearly set for the Killers, who are playing the opening ceremony for the Champions League final, whatever it is. Now, we've been here for the likes of Lenny Kravitz and Linkin Park over the past few years. Normally, it's so unbelievably deafening, we can't hear ourselves think. So I suspect what we'll do once Brandon Flowers pipes up is we'll end up hearing from Bukayo Saka. And you're a massive Killers fan, aren't you, Matt? Somebody told me.
I genuinely do. I'm a Killers fan, and that was a cracking gag.
Thank you.
Well played.
Cheers. I was going to do something about our own Mr. Brightside, Chris Sutton badge. I thought this was better.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you should have stuck with that.
Should have done. No, always quit while you're ahead is a lesson I never learned. John, just before all of this kicks off on the pitch in front of us, there's a massive blue carpet and a big black and white set. When you were in the press conference, you were quite struck by Marquinhos, weren't you, the PSG captain, and just his whole behaviour and presence?
Yeah, I think that he's been such an important figure. Nobody has played more matches for Paris Saint-Germain than Marquinhos, and he has played now more matches in the Champions League than any other Brazilian, and there have been some decent Brazilians who've played in the Champions League. And as well, we will see him in a few weeks' time as the captain of Brazil as well. And I think that is a mighty card in Carlo Ancelotti's pack, the fact that he's got him, because he is a winner through and through.
Very mobile, John, isn't he? Like he's a thinking centre-back, isn't he? He has to position himself in areas because physically sometimes I don't think he can really go up against the real dynamic, powerful, big, strong players, but he handles them, he manages them. is very clever. The way he uses himself, uses his body, reads the game, and like John said, he's got something to say. You know, players will listen. He's got that leadership edge. He's such a key player for PSG.
Well, even Sia Khaleesi, when he was talking about captaincy, didn't say anything about the importance of physicality.
No.
He talked about humility. He talked about the way you look out for your team. And actually, both captains for this Champions League final are almost the poster boys for the modern football captain. What you can be, or maybe should be, and what you don't have to be.
Yes, and as well, Marquinhos was talking about how his father was driving here with friends, presumably from Paris. So
not from Brazil.
Well,
that'd be an interesting trip.
That'd be an interesting drive, wouldn't it?
Let's move it on to Bukayo Saka then, before we hear from him in the next couple of minutes. That was great what Khaleesi said about representation in all centres. He was talking about diversity of class. He was basically saying any Arsenal fan can look at Bukayo Saka. Whoever you are, if you're an Arsenal fan, you can see something of you in him.
Absolutely, and it's not about, you know, achieving things at the level that people like Saka achieved them. They're few and far between. It's just the day-to-day things for me is what's important. About your character, what kind of person you want to be, how you want to go about things. I think there's so much we can take from so many aspects in a lot of sport that you can just step back and admire, and it's really inspirational.
Did you see who kicked off the kick-off show?
I did not.
Your old teammate, Matt, David Beckham. He was on the big screen.
Oh, okay, on
the big screens. He said the opening words to start it all off.
Wow. So as you can probably hear, the Killers are in full force. We can still hear ourselves, so that's all right. It's a really interesting setup down there. So there's big sort of black lights with huge yellow spots all over them. There are steps up to the stage in the middle. It sort of looks like the setup you might have for any major kind of Killers concert. And somehow when it's finished, they're going to have to get it all off the pitch. One more on Saka then, Matt, just before we hear from him. If any one individual with an individual moment can win the Champions League final for Arsenal tonight, is it Bukayo Saka?
I think you would put him right at the top of that list of players that can impact the game for Arsenal for sure. You know, you look across it all, I think Havertz has great timing in certain moments. He appears to be a player that can time things incredibly well to impact situations. But Saka's the man. He's had a tricky few months, but he's looking back to where he needs to be in order to step onto this stage. He's going to love this. You know, he's been working so hard to get to the top of the game. This is the very top. We've already touched on some of these players won't get another opportunity to play in a game of this magnitude at club level. It is the biggest and the best, and he's just going to grab hold of it, I hope.
Could be the night when star boy becomes star man. So let's hear from Saka on the journey he's been on with Arsenal and Mikel Arteta in the last few years.
Personally, I know exactly what it means to them. I've been here on this journey, loving this club and seeing the ups, seeing the downs. And we felt it, you know, when we won the Premier League. We felt how much it means to the supporters, you know. We saw loads of videos, and yeah, I think the parade's going to be like the first time we see a proper mass and gathering of all the Arsenal fans, and obviously we're very excited. But at the same time, we're trying to stay focused on this game because it's so important and it's a massive opportunity to do something special and we'll probably make the parade even more crazy. So yeah, we want to enjoy it. But Mikel made it clear his mission was to bring Arsenal back to where we believe it belongs, and that's competing at the highest level, fighting for all the trophies. And yeah, I'm proud that we can sit here today and say that we've achieved that, winning the Premier League and obviously being able to play in this final. It's been a long journey, some disappointments along the way, but it's been worth it, you know, the feeling to lift that Premier League and obviously do it with Mikel was special as well, and obviously Martin and all the players, you know, that we've been here for most of the journey and we've fought for each other and had to pick each other up and go again, and now we get to enjoy these moments.
And in 10 minutes' time, one of the biggest games of Bukayo Saka's career is going to take place, maybe the biggest. The reason we can't say for sure is part of his amazing journey. Nobody will forget the penalty heartbreak he had in the final of Euro 2020. Nobody will forget the way he was treated, the way he had to pick himself up, and the career that he's gone on to have in any circumstances is remarkable. That makes it all the more remarkable. Bukayo Saka, one of the stars, no doubt about it, of this Arsenal side. And actually, Matt, just forget football for a second. Listening to him there, speaking to the world's media, he's got gravitas.
Yeah, he has, and I think, he would probably say that those situations you mentioned there have made him. Because the response he's had to those situations, he's had support, and he's took a hold of it, he's learned, and he's developed, and he's got stronger, and he's got better. And that to me is what drives you to get the best in whatever you do. Not just about sport, in anything. I think he's such a good example of that. And yeah, he's grown the way he speaks, and he's got that responsibility now for Arsenal, which can weigh heavy at times, especially when you're not playing as well as what you can. Then it starts to get really heavy. But like I said, I think he's come through that period. I don't think physically he's been feeling as on top of his game. Hopefully his body is good enough tonight that he can really trust it and move and play with real freedom and express himself in the way that we know he can. If he does that, back to your original question, he can be the difference for Arsenal.
Yeah, he's the undisputed number one in that position for both the Premier League winners and Thomas Tuchel's England team. We would be very surprised, Matt, wouldn't we, if he wasn't in the starting lineup in a few weeks' time when it comes to the first match. And I was quite touched yesterday when he spoke to us about talking about where it all started, really. And there were constant reminders that he was at Arsenal really from probably about as early as he can remember. 7, 8 years old, he was talking about being at Hale End Road there with Arsenal, talking about what this parade will be like. Tomorrow, by the way, that's when the parade will be in North London. He said, I know exactly what it's going to mean for them. And he said, we felt it when we won the Premier League. So, yeah, he's very quietly gained quite a stature.
Yeah, no matter what you say, having had that experience from 7, you do have a bit more of the fabric of the club, I think, attached to you. I think it's just only natural that from a youngster, you've been in and around the training grounds, season by season, all the different coaches, everyone at the club has come across you and has had a little hand in your development. And I think that is something special when you get to evenings like this.
And he had his picture taken inside the stadium here with Thierry Henry last night, and he said as well, Thierry Henry's been messaging him all season long, and he said, not just during the good times, he said he's been hearing from Thierry Henry when he's had a little bit of a struggle on, and presumably when he had his injury. So, if things go Arsenal's way tonight, there'll be another photograph there, I'm absolutely certain. Thierry Henry and Bukayo Saka.
Teams just starting to gather in the tunnel, and you may have just heard the moment when Arsenal fans' stomachs probably started to turn. We went from the delirium, Brandon Flowers and the Killers on stage singing Mr. Brightside, to this, the music, the beat, the hearts beginning to come out of the chest of Arsenal supporters. One more on Bukayo Saka, Matt, before this Champions League final gets underway. And maybe it's just because we've been getting a bit of a taste of Hollywood in front of us, but there is a world where Saka scores the winning goal in a Champions League final and England win the World Cup, and on the 70th anniversary of Stanley Matthews winning the first Ballon d'Or, with the ceremony coming to London for the first time, there's another England winger winning it.
Is that a movie script that you've just written? Could be possible. That would be a dream movie, and you would think it's something that somebody has written. Will it get to that stage? We'll have to wait and see, but it sounds good to me.
Thierry Henry and the former PSG and France defender Presnel Kimpembe have just walked out with the Champions League trophy, arm in arm. It's finished, by the way, in the Challenge Cup. In fact, there's 5 minutes left. Wigan 40, Hull KR 10 is the latest score. But we're focused on the Champions League final. Players are in the tunnel. We're looking at them. Some of them quite still, others moving their feet around nervously. It is a sea of 1,000-yard stares in there with all of the focus it requires. Now the Arsenal fans make themselves heard. Here comes a banner. It's in 3 pieces. In the top tier, the famous clock. In the middle, print on white with two cannons, the Arsenal, since 1886. The bottom tier, biggest and boldest, North London forever. Away to the right, the PSG tifo has appeared. It's bigger, it's simpler. It's a man clad in blue, clutching the Champions League trophy to its chest, and a motto which says a whole city looks after it. Sit and Vale sur Elle in front of us. Down on the pitch now, the fluttering logos of Arsenal and Paris Saint-Germain are in front of us. And that roar can only mean one thing. The teams are with us. There is a concert pianist with the grandest of grand pianos in front of us. The Champions League anthem, I think, has probably never sounded quite like this. So Arsenal fans, it's time. You've never won the European Cup. You know it. They could be just 90 minutes away. Paris Saint-Germain, by contrast, they were you 1 year ago. But now they know what it means to win it. They felt it. Maybe this time, at long last, it is Arsenal's night. And this hugely successful season that they've enjoyed, winning that Premier League title for the first time in 22 years, might just have one more moment in it, might have one more glorious day for Mikel Arteta, might just have, you could say, one final flourish. Speaking of, our pianist shows the way to the Champions League final. The keys have been played.
Fabian Rees as well. Then the front three. It is such a dangerous, free-flowing, attack-minded front three, isn't it? Kvicha Kvaratskhelia, 10 goals and 6 assists in the Champions League this season. Scored in the final against Inter last year. And Desiree Doué, who got a brace in that final last May, the 20-year-old. That makes up the Paris Saint-Germain starting 11. And for Arsenal, David Raya in goal. Back four of Christian Mosquera, William Saliba, Gabriel Magalhaes and Nkapie. And then it is Declan Rice, Martin Ødegaard who captains the side. Marcus Lewis Skelly, 19 years of age, starting in a Champions League final. How about that? In midfield, of course, these days for Arteta is Lewis Skelly. Now Bukayo Saka and Leandro Trossard, either side of Kai Havertz, who gets the nod tonight. Absolutely fascinating team selection from Mikel Arteta. Of course, there were 2 or 3 positions that were very much up for grabs, you felt, in terms of who was going to be selected, but no Gyökeres in the starting 11. 1 or 2 felt Martinelli might have started as well. Not so today. For Paris Saint-Germain, 10 of those 11 started the final against Inter last year. So the stage is set here in Budapest, Hungary. I mentioned we are on the final days, really, of a European heatwave. Beautiful conditions, wonderful weather this week in Budapest. A little bit cloudier tonight, around about 26 degrees, as we are creeping up to 6 p.m. local time in Hungary. Now the players now just posing for 1 or 2 photographs prior to kick-off. Paris Saint-Germain seeking to go back-to-back, looking for their second Champions League triumph. Luis Enrique getting them over the line. What an astonishing tenure he has had so far, Luis Enrique, the Paris Saint-Germain boss. And for Mikel Arteta, I mean, it's very simple, really. Win tonight, and it is the greatest night in the club's 139-year history. And so, of course, an absolutely packed Puskás Arena out there tonight in Budapest. The Arsenal fans have travelled from London, the Paris Saint-Germain fans from Paris, and everything is on the line tonight. Paris Saint-Germain come into this as the favourites, but Arsenal unbeaten in the competition this year, and off the back of that Premier League triumph, will really fancy their chances this evening. Both sides they're set up in a 4-3-3 formation. You would expect Paris Saint-Germain to have the lion's share of possession. That's been a regular feature of their play, and of course of Luis Enrique's DNA, really, as the coach. The atmosphere is electric for this one. It really is inside the Puskás Arena. And the players are in their huddles. Martin Ødegaard, the captain, overseeing the team talk for Arsenal. Marquinhos, the Paris Saint-Germain skipper, leading the talk for the reigning Champions League winners. Declan Rice just with an arm around the shoulder of Lewis Skelly, the 19-year-old, in the moments prior to kick-off. And we are seconds away from kick-off here in Budapest. Paris Saint-Germain are seeking back-to-back Champions League triumphs. Arsenal are bidding to win the Champions League for the very first time. It would surely represent the greatest night in their 139-year history. Europe's best attack against the competition's best defence. And on an early evening in Budapest, Hungary, the stage is set. It is Paris Saint-Germain against Arsenal, and we are up and underway. Arsenal with a kick-off and is scooped forward now towards Kai Havertz, who scored the winner, of course, in the 2021 final. Turned around the corner early on by Declan Rice on the left-hand side, looking for Trossard, who can't quite keep it in play. In fact, Paris Saint-Germain just regather possession now, and it is Hakimi, who has 6 assists in the Champions League this season, who just hooks it down the line. Arsenal in possession on that left-hand side. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 0. 30 seconds on the clock in Hungary. And Luis Enrique just crosses his arms, sat on the technical area in the black T-shirt and dark trousers. Luis Enrique scowling at what he sees in front of him already. And Mikel Arteta, of course, the Arsenal boss, already on the edge of his technical area in a light grey top. Mikel Arteta just scratches his face and watches on from the touchline. Less than 60 seconds played in Hungary then. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 0 is the score. And Arsenal have a free kick, and they're going to take it from just inside the Paris Saint-Germain half. And Declan Rice, I think, is going to launch this one into the confines of the penalty area to test Paris Saint-Germain defensively early on. So Declan Rice will take the free kick, lifts the left arm in way of a signal. Declan Rice scoops it up into the penalty area, towards the edge of the penalty area. It's helped on in the end by Nkapie, but goes beyond Safanov's goal. Gabriel was in there as well. A couple of Arsenal players rose for Declan Rice's free kick. So dangerous, of course, from set pieces this season, Arsenal. And you feel as though if they are to do it tonight, if they are to lift the trophy, Arsenal set pieces could be so vital for the Gunners. So it's going to be Safanov now to take the goal kick. Just shy of 2 minutes play to the Puskás Arena. And it is now launched forwards by Safanov up and over halfway, and it's now falls towards Kai Havertz on the edge of the penalty area. But Paris Saint-Germain and Marquinhos will mop up, and it's now on the right-hand side with Achraf Hakimi, who scored the opening goal on 12 minutes against Inter Milan in the final last year. And it's swept now towards the left-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain, and Nuno Mendes just glides past his man with ease. And Nuno Mendes coming forwards now for Paris Saint-Germain and flicks it right-hand side, or at least attempted to do so. Trossard actually got a touch on it, and the ball ricochets back into the Vitinha. So Paris Saint-Germain in possession. They go left-hand side to Fabien Ruiz. All of this being played inside the Paris Saint-Germain half, gathered by Dembele. Ousmane Dembele, 19 goals and 11 assists across all competitions this season. Collected now by Vitinha once again, and he's got the option of Fabien Ruiz to his left-hand side, and Vitinha now just rolling his studs over the ball. Well, it's just been in incredible form, Vitinha, this season for Paris Saint-Germain. Just the manner in which he manages to pick up the ball off the back four and transition so neatly into midfield is a vital part of what Luis Enrique is all about. Paris Saint-Germain now just starting to settle. 3 minutes on the clock in Hungary. Paris Saint-Germain in possession, but still inside their own half, as Mikel Arteta's right on the edge of his technical area, the Arsenal head coach. And Kvaratskhelia drops a little bit deeper back into midfield to gather the ball. And now it is collected again by Fabien Ruiz. And on the left-hand side now, it's collected by Nuno Mendes. And Mendes goes back to William Pacho. Paris Saint-Germain more than content at this stage just to flip the ball around the confines of their own penalty area and in their final third. And Arsenal not applying too much pressure on those two Paris Saint-Germain centre-backs, and Vitinha once again picks it up. Paris Saint-Germain on the left-hand side. Now it goes over halfway, but the header was won by Saliba, and now it's Saka who's trying to find a route past Nuno Mendes on that left-hand side, but Nuno Mendes wins the throw-in for Paris Saint-Germain. So 4 minutes play, Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 0. It is going to be a throw-in now for Paris Saint-Germain on that left flank, and Nuno Mendes will take it. Such an exciting left-back, Nuno Mendes, really a key part of Paris Saint-Germain's work on that left-hand side. Hoisted forwards now towards Dembele, and Dembele couldn't quite get a touch on it. Fabian Ruiz is penalised, and Fabian Ruiz just opens up his palms and wags a finger at the referee and says, surely not. But the referee does indeed award the free kick for Arsenal. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 0. And so it is a free kick for Arsenal deep inside their own half. And Fabian Ruiz is continuing his dialogue with the referee, who is explaining his reasoning. It is Arsenal now with the ball inside their own half, and Gabriel and Saliba both with a touch, and now collected by Declan Rice. He slices it away, left-footed in towards midfield. It's a lovely touch actually by Kai Havertz, who's just dropped a little bit deeper into the Arsenal half, and Arsenal have it now with Trossard, and it's going to break loose for Kai Havertz, and here's a really good opportunity now for Arsenal inside the penalty area. Angles acute, it's a really good chance for Havertz to bring the ball across the face of goal, and that is some goal by Kai Havertz. And 5 minutes in, and Kai Havertz unleashes a rocket from an impossible angle to give Arsenal the lead against Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League final. The man who scored the winner in the 2021 final has bagged early for the Gunners in Budapest tonight. Safanov might be disappointed. It was such a tight angle, but Kai Havertz, when he had options inside, opted to go alone and fizzed the ball left-footed past Safanov into the back of the net. And less than 6 minutes played, is Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Was an astonishing start for Arsenal, it really is. Ball just ricocheted loose for Kai Havertz on that left-hand side, and he streamed forward into the penalty. Angle looked to be far too acute, and then he just fizzed the ball past Safanov at his near post, and Arsenal take the lead. It was Marquinhos onto the arm of Trossard, but Trossard's arms were right across his chest, and then Kai Havertz smashes the ball into the back of the net, and Arsenal lead. It's a fabulous finish from Kai Havertz, it really is. Smashes the ball into the back of the net, and the Arsenal fans absolutely delirious inside the Puskás Arena. And it's Paris Saint-Germain 0, it is Arsenal 1, and what a massive goal that is for the Gunners. And when you think about how effective Arsenal are in terms of defending one-goal leads, it's a huge, huge moment for them. Kvaratskhelia trying to win the ball back, and Arsenal now have conceded a free kick, I think. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. It's a tangle of players, and Declan Rice is having a word with one or two, and free kick just outside the Arsenal half, and Kai Havertz with the goal. Well, will Safanov be disappointed? Probably. But Pacha was coming back there, but by the time Havertz does strike the ball, I mean, he's only 7 or 8 yards out, and he just smashed the ball into the back of the net, and Arsenal with the advantage. Of course, Arsenal led in the last Champions League final that they played, and they led for a long, long period in the game before Barcelona scored those late 2 goals. So 7.5 minutes played. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Kai Havertz with the goal for Arsenal, and it is a free kick now outside the Arsenal penalty area. It was Declan Rice's studs were just a little bit high maybe on Fabian Ruiz, but the free kick has gone in Arsenal's favour. 8 minutes on the clock. It is Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Kai Havertz with the goal to separate the two teams, and so Paris Saint-Germain will have to come from behind in the final if they are to win it back-to-back. And here come Paris Saint-Germain on the right-hand side now, an opportunity to feed the ball into the penalty, and they've done just that, and it is now gathered by Arsenal just outside the penalty area. Martin Ødegaard does gather, and Martin Ødegaard just zips past his man, but Trossard is there, and Hakimi as well, and eventually Hakimi just floats it back towards Marquinhos outside his own area. And if there is one crumb of comfort for Paris Saint-Germain, I mean, the early goal does give them a long, long period in the contest to find a way back into proceeding. So it is Paris Saint-Germain in possession, and they have the ball left-hand side, and Arsenal will be so comfortable in this kind of situation. They get the early goal, and now they have a lead to protect. It is Dembele on the left-hand side, regathered though by Saka, And a free kick's been awarded for Paris Saint-Germain just over halfway. And so Mikel Arteta still instructing 1 or 2 on the touchline as Dembele wins the free kick and Saka with the foul. So free kick for Paris Saint-Germain, which they're taking quickly. Fabian Ruiz with the touch. And it's now collected again now by Nuno Mendes on the left-hand side. Nuno Mendes feeds it left flank to Fabian Ruiz. And Fabian Ruiz in field towards Vicha Kvaratskhelia. And Saka does gather, and Paris Saint-Germain now with a touch, but it's back now with Saliba just outside his own penalty area. In towards, and it was initially played in towards Nuno Mendes, but didn't quite come off for Paris Saint-Germain. If you're just joining us, you missed an early goal. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. The goal scored by Kai Havertz. And Paris Saint-Germain now have the ball just outside the penalty area. And on the right-hand side, they gather again through Marquinhos. So Marquinhos just feeds it infield now towards Pacho. And Pacho goes left-hand side for Vicha Kvaratskhelia. 10 goals and 6 assists in the Champions League this season for the Georgian. Gathered now by Nuno Mendes and collected by Vitinha. And Vitinha has the ball inside the centre circle. Finds Marquinhos. Everyone behind the ball for Arsenal as Paris Saint-Germain look to find the equalising goal. It's collected now by Vitinha. And Vitinha just outside the centre circle. Just feeds it right-hand side now for Hakimi. And Hakimi has the ball on the right-hand side. But Arsenal dropping very deep indeed. Very difficult for this Paris Saint-Germain side to break down this Arsenal backline. 10 minutes on the clock. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. And so far Paris Saint-Germain yet to really create a moment of note. Vitinha swings it right-hand side now for Hakimi, and it's gathered now by Hakimi just outside the penalty area on his left foot, cuts in field. Hakimi trying to find Vicha Kvaratskhelia, couldn't quite do so, and eventually Vicha Kvaratskhelia tried to pick up the pieces, and it's smuggled behind for a corner kick. It was Gabriel who was in there, and very nearly bounced actually for Kvaratskhelia inside the penalty area. And so it's taken short now by Paris Saint-Germain on their right-hand side. The ball is swung into the penalty area beyond everyone, and it couldn't be kept in play at the back stick, and it will be a goal kick for Arsenal because Fabian Ruiz coming in at that back post couldn't quite manage to hook the ball back into a dangerous area. And so it is going to be a goal kick now for Arsenal. And Arsenal know there's a long way to go in this one, but should they win tonight, it would surely go down as the greatest day in the entire history of the football club, having won the Premier League. And if they could do a Premier League and Champions League double, this would arguably be a greater side immortalised than the Invincibles. But we still have a long, long way to go in Budapest tonight. Launch forward towards Kai Havertz, who scored the opening and only goal of the game. Gathered by Paris Saint-Germain now in their right back slot. Vitinha with the touch to Pacho. And Pacho now goes to Marquinhos, and Paris Saint-Germain have the ball once more. It's collected now outside the penalty area by Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes back in towards Vitinha. Vitinha, 1,448 completed passes this season for Vitinha prior to kickoff. That's 300 more than any other player in the Champions League this term. Incredible statistic. Just the way in which he anchors this Paris Saint-Germain side, so impressive. It is now on the right-hand side with Doué. Barely seen any of Doué in the game. Clip forward towards Fabian Ruiz. Ruiz with the ball across the face of goal, but it's harmlessly out of play for a goal kick. And Kvaratskhelia was just saying that the ball should have been cut back top D rather than Fabian Ruiz just with the cross shot from an impossible angle across the face of goal. And so it remains Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. And it is that goal from Kai Havertz that separates the two sides with 13 minutes on the clock. So it is Paris Saint-Germain who, the last few minutes, just enjoyed a little bit more possession in the game. And it is now collected by Fabian Ruiz just outside the penalty area. So Fabian Ruiz once again is coming forward for Paris Saint-Germain. The foul is committed. Kai Havertz scored the winning goal, of course, in the 2021 final in 42 minutes against Manchester City. And it is Paris Saint-Germain who have the ball again deep inside their own half. Vitinha, who's seen more of the ball than anyone, swings it right-hand side now for Marquinhos. And Marquinhos up towards halfway. And here is the Paris Saint-Germain captain again. And he finds Fabian Ruiz on that left-hand side. And Fabian Ruiz just goes back in field towards Pacho. Pacho just outside the confines of his own penalty area to Marquinhos. Marquinhos down the line now on the right-hand side to Hakimi. Hakimi looking for a little bit of support in field. He finds it now, and Marquinhos gathers once again. Marquinhos to Hakimi on that right-hand side. And Paris Saint-Germain with the ball inside their own penalty area, and Safanov decides to go long. Safanov launches it long towards Dembele, who's scarcely had a sniff in the game so far. And is that going to be a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain? Yes, it is. And Paris Saint-Germain are saying that Arsenal kicked the ball away. Referee says nothing doing in terms of a yellow card. And it is now Fabian Ruiz who has it left-hand side. And now Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes does gather. Nuno Mendes infield towards Kvaratskhelia. And Kvaratskhelia feeds it infield now towards Vitinha again. Inside the centre circle. Vitinha just with a little glance left and a little look right. Rolls his studs over the ball. Now Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz has the ball just outside the centre circle. Just offers an arm of apology in the direction of Doué, who wanted the ball played to him. Marquinhos has the ball 45 yards from goal. Right hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain. Collected on this right hand side once more by Dembele this time. Now Fabian Ruiz, everyone behind the ball for Arsenal. This is going to be so difficult for Paris Saint-Germain to break down this Arsenal side. Hakimi flicks it back towards Marquinhos. Marquinhos does gather the ball and just tries to feed it towards Hakimi, and Hakimi will keep it alive, and that's going to be a corner kick for Paris Saint-Germain on their right-hand side, their second corner kick of the game. But as yet, they haven't managed to find a way to create anything in the game so far, really. 15.5 minutes on the clock. In comes the corner. It's comfortably cleared by Saka, and there's a big shout for handball from the Paris Saint-Germain players. And Safanov now will pick up the pieces because the ball had been launched back into the Paris Saint-Germain half. The protests continue. And did that ball come up onto the arm of Saka? That was the question. Fabian Ruiz now gathers in midfield, and Fabian Ruiz has it inside the centre circle, and he's robbed the possession, and here comes Ødegaard. Ødegaard 35 yards from goal. Ødegaard tries to slide it through. Safanov though will get there, and the Paris Saint-Germain players are asking again about the possible handball when the ball came back up off Saka's arm. And Saka is not going to be penalised there, so no penalty. And so it is Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Paris Saint-Germain had 78% ball possession but created absolutely nothing in 16.5 minutes. Kai Havertz's early goal on 6 minutes separated the two sides, and Kai Havertz, a match winner before in a Champions League final. Saint-Germain, Mikel Arteta on the touchline, still orchestrating, and now Luis Enrique's up and off his feet and asking for a little bit more from his players. Fabian Ruiz does gather. Fabian Ruiz goes right-hand side now for Marquinhos. Is Arsenal, who leads at the Puskás Arena. Gathered on the left-hand side now by Kvaratskhelia. The Georgian gliding in field and finding Fabian Ruiz. But Paris Saint-Germain have had so much of the ball in these kind of areas, just haven't been able to hurt this Arsenal side so far. Vitinha 5 yards to his right-hand side to find Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia goes right-hand side now for Hakimi, and an opportunity now for Kvaratskhelia with a back heel, didn't quite come off, and it will be collected by Nkapie, who goes down the line towards Trossard. And now Paris Saint-Germain regather possession, and it is attack versus defence now because it's all Paris Saint-Germain. Here's Fabian Ruiz to Vitinha. Vitinha rolls the studs over the ball once and twice and goes left-hand side for Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes knows he's got the option on that left flank of Doué. Doué does gather, and Doué against two Arsenal players, and Doué's trying to find a way through, can't quite do so, and Saka will come away with the ball. And Saka feeds it now to Mosquera. Mosquera goes back to Declan Rice, and Declan Rice goes back to his goalkeeper David Raya, and Raya just smashes the ball up and over halfway, looking towards Kai Havertz. And so it is now Arsenal and Saliba who are in possession, and they go all the way back to David Raya. David Raya does gather. David Raya, right-footed, smashes the ball out towards Saka. And Saka with a touch, but Paris Saint-Germain and Safanov are back in possession inside their own penalty area. I think Luis Enrique will be a little bit concerned that we're closing in on 20 minutes here, and his side have had so much of the ball but haven't been able to create anything so far. One half penalty shout really against Saka, and Paris Saint-Germain have the ball again. on the left-hand side. Gathered now by João Neves, and João Neves to Vitinha, and Vitinha goes right-hand side now to Marquinhos, playing his third Champions League final. Marquinhos collected now by Dembele. Dembele is now operating a little bit more on the right-hand side, and Doué's just going in there as a false nine. It's an opportunity now for Hakimi, but the throw-in goes in Arsenal's favour, and Nkapie will take the throw now for Arsenal on the left-hand side. Nkapie then with the throw-in on the left-hand side. Nkapie just more than happy to eke out a few more seconds. There's a little chit-chat with the linesman on that far side, and Paris Saint-Germain are already suggesting that Arsenal are taking too many seconds over it. And so the throw-in by Arsenal in the left-back slot from Nkapie, and now it is Fabian Ruiz who just pokes it forwards, but Gabriel Magalhaes, the Brazilian, is underneath it. Thrown for Paris Saint-Germain now on their right-hand side, and it is now going to be collected for Paris Saint-Germain on the left flank, and Kvaratskhelia does gather. Kvaratskhelia cuts it in field now towards Vitinha, and Vitinha goes right-hand side, and Paris Saint-Germain will come once more. Opportunity for Vitinha potentially. Vitinha wanted to give the ball to Doué, he does so now, and Dembele drops a little bit deeper, and now here is Marquinhos. Marquinhos goes right-hand side, 20 minutes played in Budapest. It's Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Gathered by Marquinhos. Paris Saint-Germain still yet to create a chance. Might change here, but it's overcooked out by Vitinha, and into the safe arms of David Raya, who wanted to bowl the ball out with immediate effect and did so towards Trossard on that left-hand side, and the Belgium just feeds it in towards Kai Havertz, and that's going to be a throw-in for Arsenal on the left-hand side. And so far, an absolutely perfect opening 20 minutes or so for Mikel Arteta's men, because they lead by a goal to nil, and they are haven't really been troubled defensively as well, because Arsenal have been rock solid at the back. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1 is the score. Arsenal players suggesting that Paris Saint-Germain players, I should say, suggesting that Arsenal were taking a few additional seconds over that throw-in. And now it's Kai Havertz to Trossard on the left-hand side. Just shy of halfway, Arsenal have it. Cleverly done in towards Kai Havertz. And now Arsenal do keep the ball in play just about, but it actually... She just goes out of play, and the throw-in's taken quickly for Arsenal, but it's going to be a Paris Saint-Germain throw. And so it will be a throw for PSG on that right-hand side. Nkapie is not happy with the decision. Will shake it ahead from Nkapie, and Hakimi leaves the ball on that right-hand side, and it will be taken by João Neves, and now it's poked forwards to no one in particular, and David Raya will pick up the ball with his feet. A little bit of pressure on the Arsenal goalkeeper, who smashes it right-footed up and over halfway in the general direction of Kai Havertz, and Arsenal have the ball once more. It is now gathered by Arsenal on that right-hand side, and Paris Saint-Germain quick to retrieve the ball, and it was Vitinha who tried to feed it in towards Dembele. Dembele now to Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia has the ball left-hand side. Kvaratskhelia now against Mosquera, glides in field. Kvaratskhelia 5 yards outside the penalty area on that left flank, trying to find a way through. Hasn't been his game so far, but the Georgian has it, and it's a throw-in for Arsenal on the right-hand side. And Arsenal, at every available opportunity, just taking a few additional seconds, slowing the pace of the game down, as they're entitled to do. Mosquera just trying to get a few additional yards here. And there's going to be a rehydration break. Something that's crept into the sport of late. It's going to be a feature of the World Cup in the summer in the US. It is a sport now which is quickly being sliced and diced into 4 quarters, you would have to say. Many tournaments around the world have introduced this rehydration break in the midway point of the first and the second half. And so it's apparent in the Copa Libertadores, in the South America's Champions League. It'll be apparent in the World Cup this summer, and you better expect to see it very soon in the top European leagues and the Champions League as well, because it's taking place in the Champions League final. And so it is Arsenal who lead in the Champions League final, and they lead by Kai Havertz goal to nil. He was around about 7 yards out on the left-hand side after the ball ricocheted back into his path, and Kai Havertz had run half the length of the pitch to smash it into the back of the net. So Kai Havertz with the goal for Arsenal. And Paris Saint-Germain haven't created anything in the game so far, and that'll deeply frustrate Luis Enrique. Very different tale to what we saw in the Champions League final last year, when Paris Saint-Germain beat Inter Milan by 5-0 and rather cruised to victory. So, 24 minutes on the clock. We've come out the back end of the hydration break. And it is Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Mosquera will on that right-hand side. Mosquera with the throw-in for Arsenal. 25 minutes on the clock. Mosquera's throw is towards Saka, and Saka does gather again on the right flank, and he's congested out of it by a couple of Paris Saint-Germain players. Another throw-in for Arsenal then as they creep towards the halfway line on that right-hand side. And Paris Saint-Germain will be a little bit nervous and a little bit frustrated at what they've seen so far. Luis Enrique's not happy at all, because he's saying Arsenal are taking so much time over every single set piece, and he's got a point, you know. Every single throw, every free kick, Arsenal are trying to eke out additional seconds. Here come Arsenal, though, through Ødegaard on the right-hand side. A rare venture forward for the Gunners, and Paris Saint-Germain have got some defending to do. And Saka's ball into the penalty area, and it very nearly dropped for Kai Havertz, who was lurking just inside the confines of the area. And Safanov is down now, clutching his head, so the game will stop. And it is Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Safanov is down. It is going to be, well, it was Saka's ball into the penalty area, and Safanov went down. I think he collided with his own captain in Marquinhos. An important touch on it, actually, did Safanov, and it was Trossard coming in, and the knee of Trossard might have just clipped the top of Safanov's head. And so Safanov is still down, receiving treatment for this head injury. Well, Luis Enrique is talking to one or two members of his technical staff, and I wonder now if Safanov is going to be able to continue here. So, Safanov, if he can't continue here, will be replaced by Chevalier, and that is the suggestion, I think, from one or two. Safanov is thankfully just back on his knees now at the very least. His head is still down. He's receiving a little bit of treatment and an ice pack from one or two of the Paris Saint-Germain physios. So Kai Havertz's goal separating the two sides. Arsenal know that they're in a wonderful position here in the Champions League final. They really, really are. Safanov now is just trying to get back onto his feet, but it's been a good couple of minutes now for the Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper Safanov, who is still down and looking at the deck and scratching the back of his head. And I wonder if Luis Enrique is going to be forced to make a change here. Already a bad evening for Paris Saint-Germain, might get worse with a potential change in goalkeeper. So Safanov is still receiving ice to the back of the head. Can't be too careful, really, with these head injuries, and the ultimate decision does go to the physio in this situation. It's not like it used to be in yesteryear. These days, it is the chief medical operator who will have the final say here. And the physio is talking to Safanov, and Safanov is now back on his feet. I think he's going to try to continue here. Has to get the sign-off from the physio, though, and the referee is just going to wander across and have a chat with the physio. This is a matter of precaution. Often with the head injuries, they have to be absolutely confident that no further damage is going to be done. There's no additional risk for the goalkeeper, and the referee is talking to the two physios. He's talking to Safanov, and the decision is going to be made here. And Safanov is, well, he's on his feet, he's talking, and he just gave a little wink to the physio there. I think he's going to try and continue here is Safanov. He's put his gloves back on, so the physios have made the call that Safanov is okay to continue. And now Paris Saint-Germain will get us up and underway again. It is going to be a drop ball in the end of all that for Paris Saint-Germain. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Kai Havertz's goal on 6 minutes, the difference between the two teams. Vitinha has it just outside his own penalty area, and Vitinha now goes to Marquinhos' right-hand side, and Marquinhos tries to feed it long. I think he was looking for Dembele, but didn't really come off for Dembele, and the front three for Paris Saint-Germain just have not got going, and they have been, of course, the key threat. The movement, the consistency, the supply of assists and goals over the last 12 months or so from Kvaratskhelia, Dembele and Doué has been absolutely magnificent, but it has not happened in 29 minutes in the Champions League final tonight when they need it most. Flick right-hand side now by Nuno Mendes. A little bit more space now for Paris Saint-Germain to work with. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. PSG have the ball right-hand side, inside the penalty area. Comes back now to Hakimi. Hakimi has Vitinha in support. Vitinha still wants it. Might be flick forwards here towards Dembele. Comes back to Vitinha just outside the area to the right of centre. Vitinha goes right-hand side again. 3 players inside the area for Paris Saint-Germain. Will the ball come in? Yes, it will. But it's cleared comfortably, and Arsenal will see that all day long as a very comfortable situation to defend, because when isn't it? Paris Saint-Germain have another player down now inside the penalty area, and they're carrying on. And Marquinhos thought about putting the ball out of play, and will Paris Saint-Germain put it out of play now? No, they won't. Hakimi has the ball right-hand side, and Hakimi does gather, and it is Nuno Mendes, I think, who's down inside the Arsenal penalty area, but Paris Saint-Germain don't want to put it out of play. Forward it goes towards Vitinha. Vitinha has the ball, lays it off. Great chance now for Paris Saint-Germain. They want a penalty, they're not going to get it. Referee had a good side of the situation, and Arsenal flick it away. And still, Nuno Mendes is down, and now Nuno Mendes is clutching his right ankle. Are Paris Saint-Germain going to play on here, or are they going to put the ball out of play? Eventually Marquinhos does put the ball out of play. It's been a stop-start opening half out of the game, and that will absolutely suit Arsenal. So it is Nuno Mendes who is down in a heap, and eventually he's just got back up onto his feet, but he really felt the full force of that on his left ankle. 31 minutes played at the Puskás Arena in Budapest. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. And that goal from Kai Havertz scored on 6 minutes, the difference between the two teams. And really, Arsenal got Paris Saint-Germain exactly where they want them here. And in 31 minutes of football, Paris Saint-Germain have not created a single meaningful opportunity. Now Fabian Ruiz trying to change that narrative. Fabian Ruiz into the left-hand side now. Nuno Mendes, who's okay. Nuno Mendes feeds it forward towards Fabian Ruiz again, but David Raya comes out and stabs the ball out of play, and Paris Saint-Germain clearly keen to get on with it. David Raya just backpedaling into his goal. Throwing for Paris Saint-Germain, which they're taking quickly. Kvaratskhelia pokes it back now to Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes to Vitinha. Vitinha now gathers. Vitinha 45 yards from goal, dead central. Just gesticulating left and right. Vitinha wants more movement in front of him. Vitinha's got Marquinhos right-hand side. Marquinhos goes 10 yards to his right-hand side now and gathered by Dembele. Dembele on the right-hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain. Dembele on his left foot. Dembele goes back towards Vitinha. Vitinha considered the cross. Instead he just sweeps it left-hand side for Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes to Fabian Ruiz. All of this left-hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain. 10 yards outside the Arsenal penalty area. Gathered now by Vitinha. And Vitinha flicks it right-hand side once more to Hakimi. Hakimi goes right-hand side again now, and it could be gathered on that right-hand side by Dembele. Dembele just flicks it into the penalty area. Everyone behind the ball for Arsenal. They're defending their 18-yard line here. Marquinhos now to Vitinha. And Vitinha does gather. Vitinha flicks the ball forwards now towards Fabian Ruiz on the left-hand side. Kvaratskhelia has the ball on that left flank and now goes to Vitinha. And Vitinha looked forwards towards Dembele, but there was nothing really on, and Paris Saint-Germain have the ball again now, and everyone behind the ball for Arsenal, and it has been an absolutely textbook defensive performance this from Arsenal. Vitinha just pokes it right-hand side on that right flank for Hakimi. Hakimi now to Dembele. Dembele back inside to Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia lays it off. Chance now for Paris Saint-Germain. Effort on goal was considered by Dembele, then is poked into the penalty area, gathered by David Raya, and Arsenal will take that all day long. And Luis Enrique looks as concerned as I've seen him this season, because I think conceding that early goal is one thing for Paris Saint-Germain, but the fact that their response has been not a shot on target is quite another. Here come Paris Saint-Germain again, right-hand side. 5 yards outside the penalty area. It is gathered on that right flank, and it comes off the Ecuadorian Hincapié. And so it's going to be another corner kick for Paris Saint-Germain. They haven't really been able to do too much with the corner kicks they've had so far in the contest. But it is now taken quickly by Paris Saint-Germain, and it's floated into the penalty area once again. Arsenal, though, as they have been doing in the opening 34 minutes here, clear with ease. And the throw-in for Nuno Mendes, well, he wanted to take it quickly. There's 2 balls on the pitch momentarily. And just the pace of the game, the dynamic of the game has been Arsenal's game. The way in which they've managed to slow the pace of things down. They've been aided by a couple of injuries. And those breaks in play have just allowed Arteta's men to reset nicely. Paris Saint-Germain completely dominant in possession. They have the ball on the right-hand side now with Hakimi. Hakimi feeds the ball into the penalty area. Paris Saint-Germain are asking for a penalty inside the box. They're not going to get it. Paris Saint-Germain just have a throw-in instead on that right-hand side. Collected now by Marquinhos. Marquinhos, the captain, feeds it in right-hand side to Hakimi. Hakimi passes man with ease. Now featuring Kvaratskhelia. An opportunity now for Paris Saint-Germain again. It is collected by Pacho. Pacho goes to Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz feeds it in towards Nuno Mendes, but it didn't come off, and it will be now Declan Rice who'll bring the ball away. And Mosquera goes down the line towards Saka, and Saka's got a bit of grass to move into if he wants. Saka goes down. That's a really clumsy foul from Nuno Mendes, completely unnecessary, and Nuno Mendes is penalised. Free kick for Arsenal, and they'll take a good 60 seconds over this, Arsenal, because the free kick given, and Arsenal now will just take all the time they need to reset, gather their breath, and then this free kick will no doubt be launched into the penalty area. So Arsenal leading by a 1-0. The goal scored by Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz, a very well taken goal as well. On 6 minutes. The ball kind of back off Trossard and fallen into the path of Kai Havertz. So, still a slither of sunshine inside the ground, past coming up to 7 p.m. local time in Hungary. In Europe, Declan Rice swings the free kick into the penalty area, and the header is over the crossbar, but Gabriel has been penalised anyway for a push. And Arsenal are 1/2 and 10 minutes away from winning a Champions League trophy. There's Gabriel just with the push in there inside the confines of the penalty area. And Paris Saint-Germain poking the ball up towards halfway. And is that going to be a free kick for Arsenal? No, it's not. Now a little bit more space for Paris Saint-Germain to work with. Could be a chance now for Vitinha to come forwards. He goes right-hand side and finds Doué. Could be a chance now for Paris Saint-Germain, but Arsenal players throwing their bodies in the direction of the ball, and Kvaratskhelia was there, and Trossard does smash it away. Marquinhos with the touch to Trossard, and Trossard was trying to release Erdegaard, but Trossard still has the ball on that left-hand side, and Paris Saint-Germain win it back, and Trossard's going to get yellow carded. Is he here? No, because the referee rightly plays on in advantage of Paris Saint-Germain. And Paris Saint-Germain have the ball now just outside the Arsenal penalty area, but it is going to be Arsenal who come away with the ball, and Declan Rice will swing it right-hand side now and finds Mosquera. Mosquera goes back in field towards Saliba, and now Saliba is riding out from the back on that left-hand side. Saliba for Arsenal. He tries to feed it infield and does towards Kai Havertz, the goal scorer. Kai Havertz goes back left-hand side now and finds Nkapie. Nkapie slides it to Trossard, the Ecuadorian to the Belgian. And Trossard goes on that left flank and is gathered now by Lewis Skelly. Lewis Skelly has the ball for Arsenal on the halfway line. And it is now Arsenal who are in possession once again through David Raya. And Arsenal smash it long as we approach half-time. And Gabriel is just orchestrating and shouting 1 or 2 instructions at 1 or 2 Arsenal players as they creep towards half-time. 38 minutes played. It is Paris Saint-Germain in possession, and of course Paris Saint-Germain do have plenty of options. Luis Enrique has plenty of options on the bench should he require them. Vici Kvaratskhelia on the halfway line, goes back in field towards Pacho, and Pacho now with the ball inside the centre circle to Vitinha, and Vitinha now has the ball for Paris Saint-Germain, as he has done really all night, but it's what he's been able to do with it that's been lacking. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball now just outside the area on the right-hand side. There's still a slither of sunshine across the Puskás Arena this evening in Hungary. And Vitinha once more. Vitinha feeds it in towards Hakimi. Hakimi goes back to Marquinhos. Marquinhos has the ball and now finds the option left-hand side of Pacho. And Pacho to Vitinha. And Vitinha goes around the corner and Marquinhos will gather once again. Marquinhos right-hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain. Here come Paris Saint-Germain again on that right flank. Will they be able to scoop the cross into the penalty area? Comes to Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia just outside the area. Goes back to Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes with the cross in. Is cleared though by Arsenal. And Kai Havertz will get there first. And just see the ball out of play for a throw in. And Kai Havertz then goes down, clutching his throat. And Hakimi put his arm across, but it didn't touch the throat. And Kai Havertz is looking for something there that doesn't exist. And Kai Havertz is having a chat with the referee. And so too is Hakimi, and he's saying that the arm came across the throat. Kai Havertz is back on his feet now, and Kai Havertz went down in a heap. He's not going to get Hakimi sent off for that. Hakimi's arm does come across the throat though of Kai Havertz, and Hakimi's just having a little chat with the referee. And Kai Havertz now, he's back up on his feet. 39 minutes play. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball again. Luis Enrique surely going to have to make changes at half-time or very early in the second half, because absolutely nothing that they've tried tonight has worked. The front three, Kvaratskhelia, Dembele and Doué, been so poor really. Vitinha, João Neves and Fabian Ruiz have an awful lot on the ball, but that Arsenal back line is just seen out this Paris Saint-Germain side. And so Vitinha goes right-hand side now, and Paris Saint-Germain will build again, but it all feels rather static, and Arsenal have got them just where they want them in terms of the manner in which they are operating defensively. And so it is now gathered by Paris Saint-Germain inside their own half, and is collected by Paris Saint-Germain again on the left flank, and Nuno Mendes does collect, and Nuno Mendes tries to play the ball early into the penalty area. It doesn't quite come off. Doué is there trying to get a touch on it. Comes now once again for Paris Saint-Germain, but Hakimi sliced away the ball through that he tried to feed towards Dembele, didn't come off. Vitinha does gather. Vitinha has the ball now for Arsenal to defend, and Arsenal have everyone behind the ball. Vitinha once again now for Paris Saint-Germain, collected by João Neves. João Neves, the 21-year-old, to Kvaratskhelia, and the Georgian hasn't seen anything fall for him so far tonight, and neither have Paris Saint-Germain as a whole, as Arsenal just wedge the ball towards halfway. Defensive masterclass so far from Arteta and Arsenal. It is now gathered by Vitinha. Vitinha has the ball inside the centre circle again. Everyone behind the ball for Arsenal, as has been the case. Absolute dominance in terms of possession by Paris Saint-Germain in this Champions League final so far, as PSG seek a second Champions League crown. It is though Vitinha who has it. Now Pacho 45 yards from goal. Pacho to Fabian Ruiz. And Fabian Ruiz now gathers for PSG. And Fabian Ruiz is 35 yards from goal. Goes left-hand side for Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes to Fabian Ruiz, and Fabian Ruiz flicks it right-hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain. Hakimi does collect. Hakimi has the ball on the right side for Vitinha. Vitinha does gather, and Vitinha now just outside the penalty area finds Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia considered the striker goal. He's just outside the area, finds Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz now to Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes goes on the outside of Nkapé. Nuno Mendes is inside the area. Nuno Mendes with the ball across the face of goal, and it's headed over by Fabian Ruiz. And with 42 minutes on the clock, that's probably the best moment that Paris Saint-Germain have had in the game. Nuno Mendes on that left-hand side, sprinting away, and he managed just to get past Mosquera it was. And then Nuno Mendes with the cross into the penalty on the left flank, came off Nkapé, and then Fabian Ruiz couldn't quite control the effort as he was on the stretch, and Kvaratskhelia behind him wanted the ball to drop for him, didn't do so, and it's a goal kick for Arsenal as we approach the half-time marker. It's going to be a bit of additional time here, you feel, because Safanov was down for a while with an injury, and so too was Nuno Mendes. We've had the goal scored by Kai Havertz, and so Marquinhos launches it long. 43 minutes played at the Puskás Arena. Arsenal are a half and a couple of minutes away from lifting the first Champions League trophy in their 139-year history. Luis Skelly has the ball now for Arsenal. Paris Saint-Germain just poke it back, and the game really has entered a really scrappy phase here, where neither side have managed to find any kind of fluency. Obviously the onus is on Paris Saint-Germain, but it is now gathered by Paris Saint-Germain on their left-hand side, and Fabian Ruiz wanted the ball played to him. Comes to Kvaratskhelia instead. What can Kvaratskhelia conjure? Vici Kvaratskhelia. He's finding a wall of red and white. Now the ball is played into the penalty area. The effort on goal is a poor one, looped over the crossbar, and it will be a goal kick for Arsenal. And there's a grimace on the face of Dembele. Ousmane Dembele, 19 goals and 11 assists across all competitions this season, but has not had a sniff in the Puskás Arena so far tonight. And that goal from Kai Havertz, the difference between the two teams. The Arsenal fans enjoying themselves. It's they who are making the greater the noise inside this arena. And Mikel Arteta is continuing to gesticulate on the touchline. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Inside the centre circle where Declan Rice slides in and wins it back. Now here's Trossard. Trossard has the ball on the left-hand side. Trossard feeds it forward. I think he was looking for Saka on the right flank. Couldn't find him. We played 45 minutes of football, and there's going to be 6 additional minutes at the end of the first half. Here is Mosquera. Mosquera goes down the line towards Saka. Saka is robbed of possession, but Arsenal are going to throw in. So 6 minutes to be played at the end of the opening 45. So David Raya has the ball. David Raya, the Arsenal goalkeeper, smashes it long, straight towards Safanov, who met the ball with his head rather curiously, and Safanov, his header forward for Paris Saint-Germain, who have the ball again. It's been a poor first half from the neutral perspective in terms of a spectacle, but absolutely engrossing in terms of the jeopardy on the line here. Vici Kvaratskhelia has it left-hand side. Nothing's come out for him so far in the game so far. But Vici Kvaratskhelia lays it infield towards Vitinha, 35 yards from goal. Vitinha, what can he conjure? Vitinha, right-footed, slides it right-hand side now to Dembele. Dembele's got the option on the right-hand side of Hakimi. And Hakimi wanted the ball, but Dembele just pokes it forwards towards Vitinha. And Vitinha back towards Dembele, but Arsenal just crowd out their man. And Vitinha goes sliding in. Paris Saint-Germain want a penalty. They're not going to get it for that. And it is now Paris Saint-Germain who have the ball. On the left-hand side with Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes feeds it to Vici Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia goes back in field towards Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes towards Vitinha. Vitinha goes right-hand side now and finds Hakimi. Hakimi goes right flank in turn, and Paris Saint-Germain are in possession. Marquinhos now gathers the ball and finds Vitinha. Vitinha feeds it forwards now for the effort on goal from Desiree Doué, who did bag a brace against Inter Milan in the final last year, but that strike is over the crossbar, and the 20-year-old looks frustrated with himself, and Arsenal are creeping towards half-time. So Paris Saint-Germain and Luis Enrique have got some serious work to do at the interval. Two and a half minutes played of the allocated 6 at the end of the first half. It is now towards Bukayo Saka, and now Kai Havertz just outside the Paris Saint-Germain penalty. And apart from that goal from Kai Havertz, Arsenal have offered absolutely nothing, but that might change here. Kai Havertz inside the penalty, a chance to make it 2, and it's gathered by Safanov, and that was potentially an absolutely massive moment in the 2026 Champions League final, because Kai Havertz had the opportunity to put it past Safanov from 8 yards out and give Arsenal a 2-goal advantage going into half-time. Couldn't do so. And will that be the moment that potentially turns this game back in favour of Paris Saint-Germain? Arsenal still lead, of course, by a goal to 0, but that's a huge moment. A huge moment you feel in the final. Here is Vici Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia has it left-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain. Hasn't been able to get anything out of Mosquera so far. Nuno Mendes, infield, Vitinha, 40 yards from goal. Vitinha's been the dominant force, really, in terms of possession for Paris Saint-Germain so far in the final. And Paris Saint-Germain have a corner now on their right-hand side. 3.5 of the 6 minutes played at the end of the opening 45. And Paris Saint-Germain will have time to take this corner kick. And it's a corner that the referees just stopped the game momentarily because there's been a bit of pushing and shoving inside the area, but they haven't been able to do anything really with the corners that they've had so far. Have Paris Saint-Germain. And so it is going to be a corner kick then, which Paris Saint-Germain will take on that right-hand side. And it's looped into the penalty area. Saliba, though, wins it comfortably. And Paris Saint-Germain, again, really impotent from set-piece situations. Vitinha rolls his studs over the ball, and Vitinha just pokes it left-hand side for Fabian Ruiz. And Fabian Ruiz with the effort on goal, and David Raya does gather. And the second attempt, actually, David Raya collects the ball. It's Fabian Ruiz with the effort on goal. And Gabriel and Marquinhos were involved in a bit of pushing and shoving, but no penalty. So we creep towards half-time here in Hungary. And Arsenal lead by a goal to nil. We played 5 of the 6 allocated minutes. Hoisted now towards Kvaratskhelia over the head of Kvaratskhelia, and Arsenal have a throw in, and as Arsenal have been doing all half, they will take their time over this one. Absolutely no rush whatsoever. With a chance for Kai Havertz a moment or so ago. It was a really good block at the end by Marquinhos, and then it looped up into the arms of Safanov. And Arsenal have a throw in now, which they will take on the right hand side. 5.5 minutes of the 6 being played, and well, I mean, 3 different Arsenal players. We have 40 seconds since they were awarded the throw in. And Declan Rice is going to launch it into the penalty area. So Declan Rice do hurl the ball into the area. Safanov considered coming. Arsenal are keeping it alive, and that is going to be a corner kick, is it, for Arsenal? With 6 minutes played of the stoppage time allocated at the end of the first half. Indeed, it will be a corner kick, and there's going to be time to take this corner as well. And so it's a corner kick for Arsenal on their right-hand side, and an opportunity to feed the ball into the penalty area right at the end, and a goal for Arsenal here. My goodness, would change the dynamic of things, wouldn't it? So Arsenal now with the corner, but the half-time whistle does go, and at half-time it's Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1, and the referee not allowing the corner kick to be taken because he says they took too long over it. It is Arsenal who lead in the Champions League final against Paris Saint-Germain. Kai Havertz's goal on 6 minutes.
Bedankt voor de fantastische ondersteuning van het elftal. Ook dames en heren, jongens en meisjes. Bedankt voor de fantastische ondersteuning van het elftal. fantastisch ondersteuning van het elftal.
Time this season that Arsenal have led by a goal to nil, and Arsenal, are they 45 minutes away from the biggest night in their 139-year history? Paris Saint-Germain have the ball left-hand side early on at the start of the second half. Kvaratskhelia is looking for options, trying to find a way through on that left flank. Goes left-hand side, now the cross into the penalty area. Gabriel Magalhaes is there to slice it away for Arsenal. Paris Saint-Germain really in that opening 45 minutes of football so poor in terms of what they could produce in their creativity and imagination in the final third. What they're really known for, Paris Saint-Germain, the free-flowing, attacking football. Saw so much of it in the semi-final, the two legs against Bayern Munich, didn't we? But Paris Saint-Germain seeking back-to-back Champions League triumphs are trailing here, and there's going to be a yellow card here for Mosquera for time wasting. Christian Mosquera then goes into the notebook, and to be honest with you, given what we saw in the first half and the Arsenal players taking 60 seconds over every single throw in, it's not surprising really that the referees decided to make a bit of a statement at the start of the second half. So Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1, and Paris Saint-Germain and Luis Enrique will know that it's got to look a little bit different in the first 5 or 10 minutes here, because I think it would have really frustrated Luis Enrique the manner in which they failed to create anything in that opening 45 minutes. Paris Saint-Germain and Marquinhos have the ball. Marquinhos digs it long and tries to find the run of Dembele. Couldn't quite do so, and here come Arsenal and Saliba. Saliba goes down, wants a free kick. Is he going to get a free kick? He is. And so it's a free kick for Arsenal inside the Paris Saint-Germain half. And an opportunity now for Arsenal once again just to slow the pace of things down. And Declan Rice stands over the free kick. Declan Rice left-hand side finds Leandro Trossard. Trossard has it now on the left flank for Arsenal. Trossard cuts it back in field towards Declan Rice. And Declan Rice right-footed swings the ball into the penalty area. Paris Saint-Germain, though, managed to get it away, and Arsenal do retrieve the ball once again. Arsenal 45 minutes away from something truly special in the history of their football club. But Paris Saint-Germain, you feel, will surely be better in the second 45 minutes. Can't be as bad, really, in terms of what they managed to create in the final third. That goal from Kai Havertz separated the two teams. Of course, Kai Havertz, whose goal won the 2021 final between Chelsea and Manchester City, has scored again in the final tonight. Trossard has the ball now for Arsenal, and Trossard feeds it towards Declan Rice, and Declan Rice gathers the ball just outside the centre circle. Now it's collected by Saliba, and Saliba to Martin Ødegaard, and Ødegaard loses out. Kvicha Kvaratskhelia tried to go past Ødegaard, couldn't quite do so, and the ball is out of play for a throw-in for Paris Saint-Germain. So Paris Saint-Germain have the ball right at the back now with Safanov. Safanov, who did pick up a head injury in the first half, managed to shake it off though, and it is now Marquinhos, the captain, who slides it right-hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain, gathered by Dembele. Dembele just gliding infield, and Dembele feeds it infield now towards Vitinha. Vitinha now left-hand side, and Paris Saint-Germain will come once again. It is Paris Saint-Germain with Vitinha. Vitinha to João Neves. João Neves, the 21-year-old, back to Vitinha, and a pattern starting to emerge in the second half that we saw in the first, as Vitinha has the ball again now for Paris Saint-Germain, and Vitinha's trying to go all the way through, and instead he feeds it in towards the run of Vitinha. Well, Vitinha trying to poke it through in the end towards Nuno Mendes, who'd made the overlapping run, didn't quite come off. That's not going to be a free kick though for Arsenal, and Paris Saint-Germain will come again. Fabian Ruiz left-hand side to Kvicha Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia goes towards Doué. Doué was anonymous in the first half. Doué's cross into the penalty area beyond everyone, and out of play for a goal kick for Arsenal. And of course there are plenty of options in terms of substitutions for Paris Saint-Germain, you feel. The likes of Barcola and Gonzalo Ramos may well be called into action later on for Luis Enrique and for Paris Saint-Germain. But for now, David Raya has the ball for Arsenal. David Raya smashes it over halfway, and it is now Saka who gathers, and Arsenal know that they just need to replicate that incredibly impressive defensive performance in the first half for them to win the Champions League tonight in Budapest. So it is Paris Saint-Germain who have the ball just outside their own penalty area again with Vitinha, and that's been a feature of the contest so far, and Arsenal not really applied too much pressure on Vitinha. Vitinha just trying to invite almost Ødegaard onto him so that they can create a little bit more space in the centre of the field. Paris Saint-Germain have it again now through Nuno Mendes and Vitinha. Vitinha in towards Kvicha Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia has it again, hurdles the challenge inside the centre circle. Got the option of Dembele right-hand side. Luis Enrique applauding the effort. Dembele now has the ball on the right flank for Paris Saint-Germain, but Nketiah is there, and Nketiah will stab it away and towards halfway. And it goes all the way back now to Safanov, and Safanov does gather and feeds it forwards now in the left back spot. And now here come Paris Saint-Germain once again. Safanov has it again. Safanov has the ball inside his own penalty area. Paris Saint-Germain have completed 345 passes to Arsenal's 84. Free kick for Paris Saint-Germain just outside their own area. Nketiah is penalised, and he wags a finger in the general direction of the referee. So PSG coming forwards now outside their own penalty area, and it is going to be an opportunity for Pacho to bring the ball up and towards halfway. And now Paris Saint-Germain have it once again outside their own centre circle, gathered by Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz towards the halfway line, and Fabian Ruiz now feeds it towards Dembele, and Dembele gathers the ball and tries to pick it in towards Doué on the halfway line. Couldn't quite do so, and it is now going to be a throw-in for Paris Saint-Germain right-hand side. It is now gathered by Fabian Ruiz again, but the throw-in actually has gone in Arsenal's favour on the left-hand side, and the rather stuttered nature of the first half, which really suited Arsenal clearly as they lead by a goal to nil, was very, very effective for them in the first period, and they've created something similar in the second half where there's a lack of fluency about Paris Saint-Germain when they're on the ball. I can't imagine it'll be too long before Dembele and Doué and Kvaratskhelia are asked big questions of Luis Enrique in terms of whether they're going to be substituted or not. It is Safanov who gathers the ball now for Paris Saint-Germain. Arsenal know every minute that passes they are closer to Champions League glory. It is now Paris Saint-Germain who have the ball on the left-hand side. It was towards Doué. Doué couldn't get on the end of it though, and it goes back now to David Raya. Left-footed David Raya slices the ball away and towards the halfway line, and it is now going to be a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain, which clearly they want to take quickly, and João Neves wants to take it quickly just outside the centre circle. João Neves goes left-hand side now to Pacho, and Pacho to Nuno Mendes, and here it is now gathered by Paris Saint-Germain on the left-hand side. And Kvaratskhelia does collect, and Mosquera is in close proximity. And now it's going to be a throw-in on the left-hand side, which Fabien Ruiz will take. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1 is the score. And it's gathered now at the back by Paris Saint-Germain again. And Marquinhos will collect. Marquinhos does have the ball and feeds it now to the right-hand side, and Dembele. Dembele against Nkapia has played really well in the game so far. Nkapia. It's a neat turn by João Neves inside the penalty area, but his final pass was a poor one. And Paris Saint-Germain are trying to win the ball back. Are they going to win it back? No, because Ødegaard comes away with the ball. Now the free kick has been awarded for Paris Saint-Germain, around about 35 yards from goal. And there's going to be a yellow card shown here for Saka. And so Saka is penalised, and it is a free kick now for Arsenal. A free kick for Arsenal to defend, I should say, because Saka went over the top of the ball. And so that's why he was indeed yellow carded. And it is a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain. So Saka yellow carded. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Free kick though, which Hakimi is standing over. So too is Vitinha, and likewise Nuno Mendes wants to be part of the conversation. The free kick is run at 35 yards from goal. Dead central. João Neves is now walking away from the situation. And David Raya is orchestrating 1 or 2 in the wall. So it looks as though Bradley Barcolla's going to come on as well momentarily. It looks to me like Nuno Mendes might fancy this left-footed. Hakimi's also there. Hakimi will strike it into the gloves of David Raya. It's not a particularly good free kick, if truth be told. Very comfortable for David Raya. From that kind of range, it was going to take something truly special to indeed beat David Raya from that range. So forward now towards the halfway line. Floated forwards towards Marquinhos. And Marquinhos manages to gather, and Pacho now will keep it moving left-hand side. Kvaratskhelia comes away with the ball. Kvaratskhelia now just outside the penalty area. Kvaratskhelia has it now for Paris Saint-Germain. And it is now gathered on the left-hand side by the corner flag. And it is Kvaratskhelia who collects once again. And now gathered by Marquinhos. And Marquinhos feeds it right-hand side now. And then will come once again with Paris Saint-Germain. It is João Neves. João Neves has the ball and finds Hakimi. Hakimi feeds it infield to PSG on that left-hand side, and Kvaratskhelia. And Kvaratskhelia just feeds it back in field now for Paris Saint-Germain. But once again, it's so stuttered, it's so tight in there, because Arsenal really have blockaded the edge of their own penalty area. Attack versus defence as it was in the first half. Gathered now on the left-hand side by Paris Saint-Germain once more. Collected by Kvaratskhelia just outside the penalty area on that left flank. Kvaratskhelia hangs up the cross, and Hakimi tried to pick up the pieces, but Trossard will actually get there, and Trossard goes down. That's not a free kick, and Hakimi does gather. Hakimi now in towards Fabien Ruiz, and Fabien Ruiz tried to pick out Dembele, didn't quite come off, and Arsenal and Trossard have it at the back, and David Raya smashes it away towards Kai Havertz. And Kai Havertz now against Pacho, and Pacho goes down, clutching his head, and it's going to be a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain. And they're obviously very keen to take it quickly. Is the double substitution going to come in now for Luis Enrique and PSG? So it will be a free kick now for Paris Saint-Germain deep inside their own half, and they've offered precious little really going forwards in the contest. David Raya is having a little look at the wall this way and that. It is Paris Saint-Germain who have the ball, and it is Fabien Ruiz who gathers. Now Fabien Ruiz offloads to Vitinha, and Vitinha inside the centre circle. Vitinha scoops it right-hand side for Hakimi, right in front of Luis Enrique. Luis Enrique cutting an increasingly agitated figure on the touchline. Gathered now by Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz, right-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain. Everyone behind the ball as ever for Mikel Arteta's men. Marquinhos goes left-hand side now, and Paris Saint-Germain prodding and probing and trying to find a way to unstitch this Arsenal back line. Might come here as Nuno Mendes goes forwards, but that's going to be a free kick for Arsenal inside their own penalty area, and they will take their time over that as Saka is fouled. And so it's Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. And Kai Havertz's goal, as it stands, is giving Arsenal the Champions League trophy for the first time in their history. 58 minutes on the clock, still the double substitution is yet to come in for Paris Saint-Germain. Luis Enrique maybe just waiting a couple more minutes to pull the trigger here. He'll be so disappointed by the performance of the front three, especially today. And the ball is out of play for a throw-in for PSG in their own left-back slot. And it is going to be a throw-in now on the left-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain. So, throw-in left-hand side for PSG. And it is now going to be collected by Safonov, and Safonov goes right-hand side to Marquinhos. Marquinhos, the captain, in towards Vitinha. All of this being played outside the Paris Saint-Germain penalty area. And now, eventually, it goes back in field towards Vitinha. Vitinha towards Marquinhos. And Marquinhos does gather. Marquinhos goes right-hand side now and finds Dembele. Dembele just trying to out-muscle Capien. And Dembele feeds it left-hand side for Kvicha Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia infield towards Vitinha. Vitinha goes back to Pacho. Arsenal applying a little bit more of a high press here and winning it back as well inside the PSG half. Is that going to be a free kick? Indeed it is, and Saka is penalised. He's on a yellow card. Bukayo Saka would be well observed to walk away from the situation here. And Saka came across João Neves, and so the free kick is awarded. Half an hour left to play. It's now collected by Fabian Ruiz, and Fabian Ruiz has the ball inside the centre circle, gathered by Marquinhos on the right-hand side. Marquinhos feeds it forwards now, and another chance potentially for Paris Saint-Germain. The final cross isn't a good one, and Doué was lurking and waiting for it. They will hope Paris Saint-Germain that further gaps start to emerge as they come forward. Kvaratskhelia now tries to get the ball into the penalty area, couldn't quite. It will be a corner kick now on that left-hand side. The area. Kvaratskhelia got blood gushing down his leg as Hakimi picks up the ball now just outside the penalty area. Dead central, 61 minutes on the clock. PSG 0, Arsenal 1. If the referee sees that blood coming down Kvaratskelia's leg, he's going to have to be substituted here. Georgian does have it just outside the area. Kvaratskhelia in towards Dembele. Dembele in towards Kvaratskhelia, penalty. It's a penalty for Paris Saint-Germain. Immediately awarded. Declan Rice complains, but I don't think there could be any doubt here. Referee had a wonderful position, and Kvaratskhelia went down. And both sets of players are arguing here. Well. Is there going to be a second yellow card issued here? It's a penalty for Paris Saint-Germain, awarded on 61 minutes inside the penalty area. The players are surrounding the referee. Of course, VAR is going to have a look to confirm this. But inside the penalty area, Kvaratskhelia just showed very clever feet. He was definitely inside. It's definitely a foul. And, well, it's Mosquera who definitely tangles with Kvaratskhelia. It's a clear penalty. It's going to be a penalty here for Paris Saint-Germain. The only question is, I don't think there'll be any question whatsoever that this will be overturned. It's a clear penalty, so Paris Saint-Germain have the opportunity to equalise from 12 yards out. So, it's a penalty for Paris Saint-Germain. Kvaratskhelia fouled inside the confines of the penalty area, and an opportunity from 12 yards then for PSG to get back on level terms in the Champions League final. There's a penalty check ongoing, but I cannot imagine this will be anything other than confirmation, because there's no question that there was a tangle of legs, and Kvaratskhelia was indeed fouled. So a penalty awarded. Penalty check is over. It is going to be a penalty then for Paris Saint-Germain. Mosquera fouling Kvaratskhelia inside the area. And a spot kick now and an opportunity. Mosquera came across Kvaratskhelia and he went down and the legs tangled and there was a clear collision. And so now Paris Saint-Germain have an opportunity from 12 yards out to get back on level terms. It is going to be a penalty for Paris Saint-Germain. I mean, Paris Saint-Germain wanted Mosquera sent off because he's already on a yellow card after time wasting in the first couple of minutes of the second half. And a penalty for PSG. And it's going to be a penalty which David Raya will be faced eyeball to eyeball against Vitinha. A few penalty takers this season at Paris Saint-Germain. They haven't been particularly prolific actually from the spot this season, but the Paris Saint-Germain supporters now are in fabulous voice as their side have an opportunity to get back on level terms. So David Raya on the line is being told not to venture away from the line by the referee, and in fact Vitinha's given the ball. Well, the Arsenal players are still having a chat with the referee. I mean, the decision is over. The penalty has indeed been awarded. And it is going to be now Ousmane Dembélé to step up. And he does indeed slot the ball into the back of the net. And Paris Saint-Germain are level in the Champions League final. It's PSG 1, it's Arsenal 1. And Ousmane Dembélé just slotted the ball clean past David Raya's outstretched right arm. They've been knocking and knocking and knocking at the door. And eventually it comes via a spot kick. But the Champions League defending champions are left. Of yards, right-footed, just feasted into the back of the net. It's a very clean penalty from Dembélé. And Paris Saint-Germain on level terms. Incoming for Luis Enrique's men, but ultimately foul from Mosquera on Kvaratskhelia, and Ousmane Dembélé scoring his 20th goal of the season across all competitions to bring Paris Saint-Germain back into the game. And now we've got a final on our hands, and Jurrien Timber's going to come on here for Arsenal. So, Timber on, Mosquera off. Mosquera, I think, a bit on a yellow, and conceding that penalty. Mikel Arteta couldn't take any chances at all, could he? So it is going to be Victor Gyökeres as well, who's going to come on here for Martin Ødegaard. So Gyökeres will lead the line, and Kai Havertz will just drop in, I think, a play where Ødegaard was prior to that. And Arsenal are going to get us up and underway again. 66 minutes on the clock. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. And Paris Saint-Germain are back on level terms. And it is a throw-in now on the right-hand side for Arsenal. And the Arsenal fans started to make their voices heard once again. Might have taken 1-1 Arsenal at this stage in the game, 66 minutes, but after Kai Havertz had got that early goal on 6 minutes, Paris Saint-Germain really, until that moment where Mosquera makes the foul, hadn't really looked like troubling Arsenal at all. It is a free kick now for Paris Saint-Germain, which clearly they want to take quickly, and Lewis Skelly is complaining. Lewis Skelly, of course, playing in midfield today. Martin Zubimendi played 3/4 of the season, really, alongside Declan Rice, and then Lewis Skelly taking his place in the starting lineup over the last couple of months of the campaign. Joao Neves does gather, and Joao Neves feeds it back infield towards Pacha, and Pacha goes now towards Marquinhos, and Marquinhos feeds it down the line, and it is now hoisted forwards towards Gyökeres, and Paris Saint-Germain clip it away towards Kvaratskhelia, but the whistle has gone anyway, and Lewis, well, I think the flag might have been up on the far side, and Jurrien Timber, who's just been on the field a couple of minutes, just calls for a little bit of calm in the Arsenal ranks. It is Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. It was an early goal from Kai Havertz that gave Arsenal the lead before the equalising goal scored from the penalty spot from Ousmane Dembele. And now Paris Saint-Germain have the ball again, and it is gathered now by João Neves, and João Neves goes back towards Pacha, and Pacha left-hand side now for Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes into midfield. And here come Paris Saint-Germain once more. It's cleverly done, playing with a little bit more of a swagger now, a little bit more trademark Paris Saint-Germain this. Hakimi inside the area, right-hand side. Hakimi's ball into the penalty. He was actually just outside the area when he fed the ball in. Comes off in Capie and behind for a corner kick. And Arsenal need to get through these 5 minutes or so, because Paris Saint-Germain have their tails up, and Dembele's going to take the corner. Dembele then will take the corner for Paris Saint-Germain on the right-hand side. And so it is going to be the ball taken short, actually, to Doué. And Desiré Doué has the ball inside the area, and he's just got his studs over the ball. He's toying with one or two Arsenal players, trying to find a way through. Goes back to Hakimi. Hakimi feeds it right-hand side now for Dembele. Dembele left-footed, swings the ball in, but it's beyond everyone. And out of play for a goal kick, and that's rather a waste for Ousmane Dembele. And I think the substitutions will come in now for Paris Saint-Germain. So, Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Dembele's penalty, the equalising goal for Paris Saint-Germain after Kai Havertz had scored the opener for Arsenal. Of course, as it stands, we are heading for extra time in the Champions League final. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Dembele 8 goals in 13 matches in the Champions League this season. And ...20 minutes left to play, and we are having now another rehydration break, so we will go into the fourth quarter of the contest with the score locked at 1 apiece. So 20 minutes left to play at the Puskás Arena in Budapest, Hungary. Arsenal looking for their first Champions League final. Paris Saint-Germain looking to defend the trophy. There's a glorious atmosphere here. It's a very, very mild late spring, early summer evening in Budapest. And there's 20 minutes of pulsating football still to be played here. Do not go anywhere, because Champions League finals often do come right down to the wire. The 5-0 last season, somewhat of an anomaly really, with Paris Saint-Germain just sweeping Inter Milan away. And so ball is hoisted forwards now for Arsenal. Paris Saint-Germain do win the header on the edge of their own penalty area, and it's gathered now by Arsenal again, and Trossard continued the thought about the striker goal. In the end, Paris Saint-Germain just dig it away themselves, and it's gathered now by Doué. Still no substitutions, by the way, for Paris Saint-Germain in the game. So this is the starting 11. I mean, 10 of the 11 started last year's Champions League final, and Luis Enrique sticking with what he's got now. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. PSG coming from behind to equalise. Arsenal, of course, led in the other Champions League final. Ousmane Dembele. Dembele's effort's a poor one, just studded it wide of the upright. He's clearly frustrated with himself, claps his hands together, does Ousmane Dembele. As though he should be making far better connection with the ball than that. He was just about onside. Dembele was flanked against Jurrien Timber, opted to go alone. And one or two Paris Saint-Germain players in the middle felt as though the ball should have been played to him. So 1-1 the score, less than 20 minutes to play. We're heading to extra time as it stands, and it is now collected by João Neves. João Neves towards the halfway line. Now it is gathered once again by Kvaratskhelia, who won the penalty. Kvaratskhelia has the ball on the left-hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain. They've had 9 attempts, 3 of which on target. Kvaratskhelia twisting and turning just outside the area on the left-hand side. João Neves feeds it to Vitinha. Vitinha 30 yards from goal, might fancy it. Vitinha's efforts was dipping, but always 5 yards or so above David Raya's goal. And Vitinha just calling for a little bit of extra energy from the PSG ranks as the ball flew over the crossbar. So PSG 1, Arsenal 1 is the score, and it is now flicked on by Kai Havertz, and Pacho tried to deal with it, couldn't get there, and Kai Havertz has the ball, feeds it through, and Safanov does manage to gather because Bukayo Saka was racing onto the ball, and just a little bit of a warning sign there, a warning sign that Arsenal are still dangerous, and Paris Saint-Germain can't afford to switch off for a split second. Here comes Hakimi. Hakimi has the ball now and goes right-hand side and collected by Doué. Doué back in field towards Vitinha. Vitinha to Pacho. And Pacho goes towards Fabian Ruiz. And Fabian Ruiz just outside the penalty area. Fabian Ruiz now pokes it left-hand side, and here come Paris Saint-Germain again through Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia in towards Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz now towards Vitinha. And Vitinha goes back in field, and here come Paris Saint-Germain again with Marquinhos. Marquinhos right-hand side and Hakimi. Hakimi to Marquinhos. And Marquinhos goes left-hand side now, gathered by Pacho. Pacho to the left-hand side once again for Paris Saint-Germain. 74.5 minutes play. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Collected now by Hakimi. And Hakimi with the ball forwards, which didn't quite come off. And Gyökeres goes to Trossard. And Trossard cuts back in field well. And Trossard now inside the centre circle, and Leandros Trossard twisting and turning, and Trossard goes left-hand side now for Arsenal, and Trossard again inside the centre circle, and Trossard goes down. He's won a free kick for Arsenal, and they will take their time over this, and they've just weathered that little storm, haven't they? So it is a free kick then for Arsenal. Which David Raya is going to take just inside his own half. PSG 1, Arsenal 1. 15 minutes played here at the Puskás Arena. Kai Havertz has the ball now, the Arsenal goal scorer, and he's going to loop it all the way back towards David Raya, who's deep inside his own half. And David Raya, left-footed now, swings the ball forwards towards the edge of the penalty area, and is gathered by Trossard, and now gathered by Gyökeres, and Gyökeres goes left-hand side to Trossard, and Trossard to Gyökeres, and Gyökeres with a smart turn, and is gathered by Trossard towards the penalty area, and Trossard now has the ball once again, and Nkapia does collect, and Nkapia feeds the ball into the penalty area beyond everyone. Jurriën Timber will just pick up the pieces right-hand side, 2 yards in from the touchline, and Jurriën Timber now to Saka, and Saka has the ball, and he had a ping at goal to Bukayo Saka just outside the area on the right-hand side. Header is now flicked forwards now. Great chance for Arsenal. Was so close to a really good chance for Jurriën Timber inside the penalty area. This is a really good spell this for Arsenal, and it's Bukayo Saka who might fancy it, and Paris Saint-Germain just want to poke it away and do. But all of a sudden Arsenal look like they're playing some good stuff. But here comes Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia approaching the edge of the penalty area. He's got two options inside. Still Kvaratskhelia with the efforts, and it's deflected wide for a corner. And I think Ousmane Dembélé wanted the ball played square, and the angle was tight for the Georgian, and in the end the defensive cover proved to be enough to ricochet the ball away for a corner kick. But Kvaratskhelia in those kind of situations, so dangerous. The break was on for Arsenal. It was completely misread, wasn't it? At the back by Saliba, and then Kvaratskhelia inside the area. Well, he's actually struck the frame of the goal, you know. Might have taken a nick off the defender too. In fact, it definitely did, because a corner kick's been given. Here come Paris Saint-Germain again into the penalty area. And that one's going to go behind, is it, for a corner? And so it's another corner for Paris Saint-Germain. The game feels a little bit more open now from the neutral perspective. And it is going to be another corner kick then for Paris Saint-Germain on their left-hand side. 12 minutes left to play. In comes the corner. It's a really poor corner kick, that one, out of play over David Raya's goal, and Dembele's got to be frustrated with that. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Still no changes for PSG so far. Timber and Gyökeres on for Arsenal, and I wonder if just the suggestion is that Luis Enrique wants to wait until extra time maybe to make the changes, but there might not be an extra time because here comes Saka, Bukayo Saka trying to find a way through. Paris Saint-Germain scrape it away, but Arsenal look more dangerous the last 10 minutes or so. Havertz with the opening goal on 6 minutes. Paris Saint-Germain have won the ball back here, and it is going to be an opportunity on the left-hand side for PSG, and they have it now, but there's a tangle of bodies, and it's going to be a free kick for Arsenal in the right-back slot, and Lewis Skelly just wins the free kick in the end against Doué. So 10 minutes left to play in Hungary, and it's Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Luis Enrique talking to one or two members of his coaching staff, and Madueke is going to come on now for Arsenal, and so too is Martinelli. Still no substitutions for Paris Saint-Germain. Really rare these days, by the way. Of course, in previous years gone by. So here's Trossard with an opportunity, and Paris Saint-Germain just poke it away in the end from inside their own penalty area. Of course, since the 5 substitution rule, very rare for a coach to go 80 minutes without making a substitution. Here is Kvaratskhelia, who bowls it right-hand side now for Hakimi. Hakimi finds Dembele. Dembele, who scored the penalty to equalise for Paris Saint-Germain. And the last 15 minutes actually has been a little bit tighter in terms of possession. Paris Saint-Germain with 58% possession and Arsenal with 42%. But the double substitution incoming for Arsenal. Martinelli and Madueke are going to come on. You would imagine that Trossard and Saka will be the two players to be replaced. Vitinha has the ball. He's run the game, Vitinha, for Paris Saint-Germain. Now gathered by Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes to Vitinha. Vitinha again, the number 17 for Paris Saint-Germain. Vitinha has the ball and right-footed finds Marquinhos, the captain. Marquinhos up and over halfway, right-hand side now Hakimi. Right in front of his boss, Luis Enrique. Luis Enrique screaming at Dembele to come a little bit tighter to the action. And it is now gathered by Paris Saint-Germain on the left-hand side, and Kvaratskhelia, who won the penalty. Now, Nuno Mendes in towards Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia has it. Kvaratskhelia approaching the edge of the penalty area, is inside the area, twisting, turning, seeking a moment to go in his favour. It doesn't do so, and Arsenal now will break. And Arsenal do have an option through the middle, but Paris Saint-Germain win the ball back inside the Arsenal half. Chance now for Paris Saint-Germain on the left-hand side, inside the penalty area. How's the cross? It's going to come off an Arsenal player and behind off Saliba, I think, for another corner kick for Paris Saint-Germain. So it is now a corner kick which will be taken by Paris Saint-Germain on their left-hand side. And it's a corner kick which Dembele is going to swing in. Lewis Skelly's down inside the penalty area for now. And the referee, I think, just intervening, making sure nothing untoward has happened. Marquinhos put the arm up on Lewis Skelly, but there wasn't too much in that. Lewis Skelly and Marquinhos sharing a moment together. And 82 minutes on the clock as the corner kick is swept in, but the header is off target by Pacho. And here comes the double substitution. Madueke and Martinelli are coming on, and Trossard is one of the two players to be replacing. So Martinelli on the left-hand side. There's a little shake of the head from Saka. Hasn't been his best game, but really it's been difficult for the Arsenal attacking players tonight. Second with 3 goals and 2 assists in the Champions League this season. He won't be able to add to that. Here comes the double substitution then. And Kvaratskhelia is coming off here for Barcola in Paris Saint-Germain's first substitution. I think that might have injured himself there, Kvaratskhelia, a moment or so ago, in fact. And Barcola, who is a really talented footballer, Bradley Barcola, is on. So 7 minutes left to play, plus extra time and possibly penalties in Hungary. Unless there could be a chance now for Kai Havertz to get on the end of it inside the area. Then Victor Gyökeres. Victor Gyökeres does gather. Victor Gyökeres on the left-hand side. And it goes now to Nkapie. Nkapie back to Gabriel. Gabriel to Nkapie. Nkapie pokes it forwards looking for Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz in towards Nkapie. Nkapie forward now once more. Could be a chance for Victor Gyökeres, but Marquinhos is there to launch it away. And Marquinhos does indeed smash the ball away. Now Arsenal have a throw in, and Nkapie considered taking it, but Declan Rice will take it because he's got the longer throw. And a goal now would really feel like the winner. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Declan Rice, the Arsenal captain, is going to take the throw. And he's going to swing the ball into the penalty area. So Declan Rice now with the long throw on the left-hand side. Declan Rice level with the edge of the Paris Saint-Germain penalty area. Does swing it into the penalty area. And it's scraped away by Paris Saint-Germain. But it is now Saliba who just retrieves the ball. Madueke with the touch. Collected now by Fabian Ruiz, who pokes it forward towards Barcola. Bradley Barcola will gather. Bradley Barcola now, his touch was a little bit heavy, was it? He's going to get there just in time, is David Raya. It's really good goalkeeping that for the Spaniard. And he rolls it out instantaneously. Barcola's touch was a little bit...
Bedankt voor de fantastische ondersteuning van het elftal.
Marquinhos now to Vitinha. Vitinha let fly and cannoned away. And Paris Saint-Germain now have the ball back with Safanov deep inside his own half, the PSG goalkeeper. So, read that really well, did the keeper, David Raya, because just identified that Barcola was just overrunning it slightly. And that allowed David Raya to come out in time and make the save. 5 minutes left to play in the Champions League final. Extra time is incoming unless one of these two sides can get a late goal, and it would surely be the winner at this stage. It is now Hakimi who does collect. Hakimi has the ball and finds Barcola, and then it is Doué with the touch. And here come Paris Saint-Germain once more. Gathered them on the left-hand side, and it is Fabian Ruiz, and Fabian Ruiz to Vitinha. Vitinha to Marquinhos, and Marquinhos now to Hakimi, and Hakimi just goes on the outside. And Hakimi tries to feed the ball into the area, can't quite do so, and so it's out of play for a throw in. Handful of minutes left to play. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Dembele takes the corner kick into the penalty area. Madueke is there. Vitinha clips it back into a dangerous position, but it's sliced away now, and here come Arsenal. And here could be an opportunity. All of a sudden, it's 3 against 3. It's Kai Havertz. He's got Gyökeres and Madueke in support. The ball is a poor one, and Gyökeres wanted it played. It was Martinelli, in fact, who tried to stab it forwards, couldn't do so. And now 1 or 2 errors starting to creep in. Now 1 or 2 gaps starting to emerge. Makes for a really good final from the neutral perspective. And here come Paris Saint-Germain once more. Game does feel open. A little bit more in terms of tired legs and minds out there, you feel. Only 1 substitution, though, for Paris Saint-Germain so far in the game, with Kvaratskhelia coming off and Barcola taking his place. So Paris Saint-Germain have the ball now on the left-hand side. 3 minutes and 90 left to play. Gathered by Vitinha. Vitinha feeds it to Marquinhos. Marquinhos sprays it right-hand side now for Doué. Desiré Doué. What can he conjure? Doué to Hakimi. Hakimi will ping the ball into the area. The header comes off Timber in the end and goes left-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain. Back in it goes. Hakimi is there. And I think he got the last touch on it, so it'll be a goal kick for Arsenal as we nudge towards the 90 minute mark. So it is still 1-1 the score, and Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1 is the score. Luis Enrique has his arms crossed inside the technical area, watching on as the ball is lofted long by David Raya. And it's flicked on towards Victor Gyökeres, and Gyökeres is just ousted out of possession momentarily as Paris Saint-Germain poke the ball towards halfway. It's going to be thrown for Arsenal inside their own half. Nkapia takes it, and now Arsenal will build from deep. Arsenal has certainly been better in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Created a couple of half chances, at least a moment or so ago, and Madueke had the opportunity to try to find, or Martinelli I should say, had the opportunity to try to find Madueke. Forward by David Raya, and now gathered by PSG. Deep, and Nuno Mendes feeds it long to the right-hand side, and here is Doué. Doué's inside the penalty area. Doué tries to poke it square and does. Vitinha's effort just licks the top of the netting after clearing the crossbar. And David Raya's down with cramp here on 89 minutes, but Vitinha's had a couple of goes from range. That's probably the best he's had all game. And for that kind of position, after Doué had teed him up right on the perimeter of the penalty area, he will feel as though he's got to make the goalkeeper work from there. Doué just glided inside and eventually just prodded the ball to Vitinha, and it's a really good chance for Vitinha to test David Raya. It's on his right boot, and it's just up and over the crossbar. Wasn't too far away at all. How he would dearly love another go at that one. 90-minute mark then. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1 in the Champions League final. To extra time we're going to go. David Raya is receiving a little bit of treatment for cramp here. Slow the pace of things down here. We are going into stoppage time at the end of the 90. 6 additional minutes is going to be at the end of the 90. Both sets of supporters are probably half an hour or 45 minutes away, including the shootout, to finding out who is going to be crowned Champions League winners in 2026. Kai Havertz scoring on 6 minutes, and then the equalising goal for Paris Saint-Germain, a penalty from Dembele on 65. That is as it stands in the contest. So, David Raya, I think, is going to live to tell the tale. And he's back up on his feet. He's receiving that. Receiving a little bit of treatment for cramp. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1 then. And Gabriel Magalhaes, the Brazilian, is going to take the goal kick instead of David Raya as he smashes it towards Victor Gyökeres. A minute and a half of the sixth play, but many of those were when David Raya was still receiving a bit of treatment for cramp, so might be closer to 7 minutes or so here. Here is Bradley Barcola. It's a really good challenge actually by Declan Rice, right on halfway, the Arsenal captain. What a season he has had, Declan Rice. Magnificent, really. The Arsenal captain, Premier League winner, justifying the big fee paid by Arsenal from West Ham, and Dembele is now feeling a little bit of cramp or maybe something on the hamstring. He's just clutching his right leg. 2 minutes of the sixth play. Dembele's not moving freely at all, and Luis Enrique is going to be forced into a substitution here, I think. So throw-in forward towards Barcola. The header down, and now Arsenal will float it forwards towards Victor Gyökeres. Gyökeres with a turn, but Vitinha gathers, and Vitinha's been bundled over by Kai Havertz, and so it will be a free kick. I think it was Victor Gyökeres in the end, actually, who gave Vitinha a little bit of a nudge. 2.5 minutes played of the allocated 6 at the end of the 90. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. If you're just joining us wherever you've been, it's been a fascinating 2026 Champions League final. Gathered on the right-hand side now by Doué. Desiré Doué inside the centre circle to Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz now, as Gonzalo Ramos is going to be the player to come on, presumably for Ousmane Dembele, who looked like he was really struggling in terms of movement just a moment or so ago. Here is Doué. Doué goes right-hand side now for Hakimi. Hakimi has the ball and finds Doué. Doué to Hakimi. Hakimi goes back in field towards Fabian Ruiz, and Fabian Ruiz just slides it now to Marquinhos. Marquinhos in field to Vitinha. Vitinha now to Marquinhos, and Marquinhos collects again. Marquinhos to Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz does gather. Fabian Ruiz has the ball and finds Doué, and Doué just trying to glide inside, and Doué fires the ball across the face of goal, and it is now hoisted into the edge of the penalty area, and now it's collected by Marquinhos, and Marquinhos to Fabian Ruiz, and Fabian Ruiz loses out, and here come Paris Saint-Germain again, and it's collected now by Hakimi on the right hand side, and Hakimi feeds it infield towards João Neves. João Neves now towards Marquinhos, and Gonzalo Ramos is still waiting to come on. We played 4 of the allocated 6 minutes. This substitution, if the ball doesn't go out, might have to wait until extra time, you know. Dembele's really not moving that right leg freely whatsoever. Marquinhos goes right hand side for Hakimi. Hakimi infield now for João Neves, and João Neves in towards Vitinha. Vitinha has the ball and goes left-hand side now for Pacho. Pacho to Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes left flank again for Paris Saint-Germain. Everyone behind the ball for Arsenal. Vitinha. Vitinha goes right-hand side now to Marquinhos. Marquinhos has the ball just outside the penalty area. Marquinhos goes right-hand side now for Hakimi. Hakimi wants it again and gets it again. Still no time for the substitution for Paris Saint-Germain. Marquinhos, we played 5 minutes of the allocated 6 at the end of the 90. One apiece to score. A goal now will be the winner. It is Fabian Ruiz just outside the area on his left peg. Fabian Ruiz slides it into the penalty area, and Madueke now will complete the clearance for Arsenal. And Madueke comes away with the ball, and here is Kai Havertz, and here's an opportunity for Arsenal because they've won a free kick, and there's going to be a yellow card here, is there? Yep, there is for João Neves, and it's going to be a substitution now for Paris Saint-Germain. João Neves goes into the notebook, and I think it's a yellow card, you know, João Neves will take, because there was just a sense that Kai Havertz and Arsenal were streaming forwards there. And so João Neves with the foul, and Dembele's off, and Ramos is on. And so we are creeping towards the 6-minute mark in terms of added on time at the end of the 90. So it will be David Raya who's going to smash it long. This would be an incredible way to win the Champions League final if David Raya and Arsenal could produce something for the set piece here. It is Victor Gyökeres and others that are lurking, and David Raya smashes it long. We're trading in seconds now, right at the end of the game. It's kept alive. Marquinhos with a touchdown. Declan Rice was there. Comes to Gabriel Magalhaes. Gabriel Magalhaes to Martinelli. We played the 6 minutes. Martinelli's ball in is a really good one. Header is flicked on. And Fabian Ruiz with the clearance. Now Saliba helps it forwards. Referee has a little look at the watch. Still we play on. We played 6 minutes and 20 seconds now. Arsenal need to get the ball into the penalty area. We're heading for extra time unless Arsenal can conjure something on this attack, and Declan Rice with the handball, but Paris Saint-Germain come forward, and all of a sudden right at the end there's an opportunity for Bradley Barcola. He's clean through on goal against David Raya. Angles acute, and he can't find the back of the net, Bradley Barcola, and Ramos was screaming for it inside. Barcola opted to go alone, and that will take us into extra time. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. We played the end of stoppage time at the end of the 90 minutes, and that was such a big chance for Barcola. Yes, the angle was acute, but he had the option of Ramos inside. Chose to go alone, Bradley Barcola. Couldn't resist the temptation of the glory and could only find the side netting in the end. And when David Raya clips this forward now, well, in fact, the whistle's gone, and we will go into extra time in the Champions League final. It is Paris Saint-Germain, Arsenal 1, and we are going into...
Ook die dames en heren, jongens en meisjes. Bedankt voor de fantastische ondersteuning van het elftal. Bedankt voor de fantastische ondersteuning van het elftal.
The margins will be wafer thin from here on in, and the stakes absolutely sky high. So Paris Saint-Germain have the ball at the back, and Luis Enrique and Mikel Arteta are both almost on the pitch, the two head coaches. They are patrolling their technical areas as PSG have the ball on the right-hand side now. And so it is collected now by Paris Saint-Germain deep inside their own half. Saw so much of the ball, of course, didn't they? Paris Saint-Germain, I mean, really impressive in terms of what they offer going forwards as a whole this season, although I haven't really seen it in terms of the quality delivered by Paris Saint-Germain in the final third today. A little bit better in the second half, weren't they? Here is Eze, who's on the pitch now as a substitute for Arsenal. Madueke has the ball right-hand side, approaching the edge of the penalty, across the face of goal, and Pacho did very well indeed to stab it away, did Pacho, for a corner kick, because all of a sudden Noni Madueke looked as though he had a bit of additional time and space on that right-hand side. He was trying to pick out Victor Gyökeres inside the penalty area, and Pacho did really well. Just takes a high five from his goalkeeper Safanov, because had he not made that interception, there was a really good opportunity for Victor Gyökeres for a tap in to give Arsenal the lead once again. So a corner kick for Arsenal, who have been so dangerous from set-piece situations this season. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. An opportunity then for Arsenal to get good delivery into the penalty area. Of course, they got so much height in there, in the likes of Gabriel Magalhaes and Saliba and others. Here comes the corner kick in from Madueke, left-footed into a dangerous area, and he can't be the first man, but nonetheless he just dinked that one right into the 6-yard box, and one or two Paris Saint-Germain bodies were back there to alleviate the danger in the end. But it's going to be another corner kick for Arsenal. Set-piece kings this season. It's so threatening from these kind of situations domestically and on the continent this term. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Opportunity now for another corner kick and to really test Safanov in the Paris Saint-Germain goal. Left-footed is going to be taken by Noni Madueke. Noni Madueke gives the signal, raises his right arm, left-footed, feeds the ball into the penalty area, but he can only find the side netting. Really, really disappointing in the end for Arsenal and Noni Madueke, because he just couldn't find a way, could he, of spinning the ball once again into a dangerous area. And it is still Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. So, you wonder which of the two coaches will possibly take penalties at this stage. Fairly even game in terms of chances created. Yes, Paris Saint-Germain have far more of the ball. Barcola with a good opportunity right at the end of the 90 minutes, which he smashed into the side netting. Kvaratskhelia as well, striking the woodwork. So the better chances have been going Paris Saint-Germain's way. Jurrien Timber now will take the throw in on Arsenal's right-hand side. It is past 8 p.m. local time in Budapest, Hungary. Hoisted towards Eza. Eza now finds Jurrien Timber. Jurrien Timber tried to clip it forward, couldn't quite do so. And Arsenal have the ball again with Saliba. Saliba back to David Raya. David Raya scoops it forwards, and Eza just offers a different kind of proposition. All of a sudden, Madueke has so much time on that right-hand side. Luis Enrique almost looked away from the pitch because he was so frustrated at what he was seeing. Great turn now by Jurrien Timber, but he's penalised, and he can't believe he's been penalised. It's a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain just outside their own penalty area, and Jurrien Timber is really frustrated that the decision has gone against him. And João Neves, the youngster, is back on his feet after feeling the contact from Jurrien Timber. It was Madueke who just poked it in field, and well, the left arm from Jurrien Timber made contact, maybe not with the face but the neck of the youngster João Neves, as Zaire Emery is going to come on now for Paris Saint-Germain for Fabien Ruiz. So Fabien Ruiz is the player who is going to come off now for Zaire Emery, and Paris Saint-Germain with an opportunity to reshuffle slightly here. It's a little bit more of an attacking substitution. It'll be interesting to see exactly how they play out here in terms of where Zaire Emery is exactly going to slot in. It's going to be thrown into Arsenal in the right back slot now, and Timber will take it. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1 is the score. Luis Enrique has really kind of very frustrated figure throughout the duration of the match. It's a far cry, isn't it, from the 5-0 thrashing of Inter Milan in the Champions League final last year. David Raya tried to spin the ball out left-hand side, couldn't quite do so. For Hincapié, and the Ecuadorian just shakes his head in frustration. Paris Saint-Germain 1. It is now going to be Paris Saint-Germain who build from the back, and it's Safanov who does gather. Safanov goes left-hand side for Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes spins it now towards the run of Zaire Emery. Didn't quite come off, and now Paris Saint-Germain trying to play out from the back, but Declan Rice is biting in, and Arsenal all of a sudden look like they got far more appetite here. Eza tried to feed it through towards the run of Timber. Didn't come off, and Nuno Mendes is going to try and see this one out for a goal kick. Is he? No. Instead, he just feeds it towards Zaire Emery right by his corner flag, and the ball is going to break loose now for Jurrien Timber. And Arsenal started extra time really well. Noni Madueke around the corner. Timber now tried to find Madueke. Instead, he goes to Gyökeres, but it's going to be Vitinha who brings the ball away, and Gyökeres is penalised. Free kick. And so, a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain, which they take quickly. They take a little bit too quickly for the referees' liking, and so it will be a free kick then for Paris Saint-Germain on the right hand side. Gabriel mops up for Arsenal. So Doué just clips it forwards once again, and now an opportunity for Arsenal to bring the ball away again. And, well, if you look at Arsenal, how they've started this first half of extra time, it's been very impressive indeed. Arsenal have the ball, but Paris Saint-Germain win it back, and they win it back in a dangerous area. And here they come, got the option of, well, it's going to be a free kick here, and it's going to be a yellow card shown for Victor Gyökeres, because Gyökeres knew exactly what he was doing. He felt as though he had to thwart the Paris Saint-Germain attack instantaneously, and so he has done so, and it's a free kick for PSG. And a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain, around about 35 yards from goal. It was Ramos who was coming forwards, and he did have the option left-hand side of finding Bradley Barcola, and Victor Gyökeres was there to commit the foul. And so 8 minutes into extra time is a free kick for Vitinha, and Vitinha is going to take the free kick then for Paris Saint-Germain. Vitinha stands over the set-piece situation. A little bit too far out for the strike on goal. Referee's just making sure there's nothing untoward going on inside the confines of the penalty area. Vitinha will take it then, and Vitinha does indeed feed the ball into the penalty area. It's going to be an opportunity for, well, Zubimendi, who is now on, just prodded the ball away for Arsenal. So, confirmation of those Arsenal substitutions that have taken place in the game, with Zubimendi, Martinelli, Gyökeres, Madueke and Eze all coming on, so, and Timber as well. So the substitutions have been made by Mikel Arteta, and it was Zubimendi who came on for Luis Skelly at the start of extra time, and Eze who came on for Kai Havertz at the start of extra time, in contrast to this Paris Saint-Germain line-up. And they've only made 3 substitutions. They made Barcola for Kvaratskhelia inside the 90 minutes, and then Zaire Emery and Gonzalo Ramos on as well for Fabian Ruiz and Dembele. So it is Paris Saint-Germain who have the ball inside the centre circle. Vitinha does have possession. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball right-hand side now. 99 minutes are on the clock. We played 9 minutes of added on time. 9 minutes of extra time, I should say, as the effort on goal sails over the crossbar. It's not a particularly good one from Hakimi, who does have 6 assists in the Champions League and scored the opening goal against Inter Milan in the final last year. And Hakimi on his left boot just skied the ball over the crossbar into the Arsenal fans. Remains Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Kai Havertz with the opening goal. Feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it, on 6 minutes, as we reach the 100-minute mark. And then the equalising goal on 65 from Ousmane Dembele from the penalty spot after Kvaratskhelia was fouled by Mosquera. So, wonderful atmosphere still inside the Puskás Arena. It is anyone's trophy still. Arsenal have more or less neutralised most of the threat from Paris Saint-Germain tonight. PSG have had the better chances. Pacho has the ball at the back and just loops it up and over halfway, and Mikel Arteta arm it back to his right back. And it will be now Jurrien Timber to take the throw, and Luis Enrique is not happy at all because Mikel Arteta's well outside his own technical area, and I think he's suggesting as well that Jurrien Timber had taken a few additional yards, taking liberties on that right hand side in terms of the space. And now Noni Madueke around the outside, and Madueke is going to go around the outside. It's inside the penalty area. Is that going to be a penalty for Arsenal? It's a huge shout. The referee says no. The referee says no. Noni Madueke went down. There was a tangle of bodies in there. VAR will have a look at this. VAR will have a look at this, because Arsenal are absolutely adamant they should have a spot kick. Absolutely adamant they should have a spot kick. Mikel Arteta's almost on the pitch trying to remonstrate with the referee. At the other end, Paris Saint-Germain have the ball. Paris Saint-Germain in possession. Arsenal want a spot kick. The Arsenal players still screaming at the referee. I've got to say, it looked like a clumsy challenge. Madueke went down. Mikel Arteta's saying it's a penalty. Mikel Arteta's almost on the pitch. He's talking to the 4th official. Paris Saint-Germain play on for now, and they have the ball on the right-hand side. Paris Saint-Germain in possession. It is now with Vitinha. Vitinha right-hand side. Vitinha's ball into the penalty area didn't quite come off. Is that going to be a free kick for Arsenal? No, it's not. So it's an opportunity now again for Paris Saint-Germain. Still the spot kick protestations are ongoing, and Paris Saint-Germain have the ball inside the penalty area, and it's cleared by Arsenal up and over halfway, and they want a penalty. I don't think they're going to get it, but Noni Madueke was adamant, absolutely adamant they should have a spot kick. No penalty, says the referee. And Paris Saint-Germain will play on. And Mikel Arteta and Arsenal can't believe it. They can't believe it. Declan Rice is going to get a yellow card for the protestations. And I think Mikel Arteta might do as well here, because they were always trying to stop the game, Mikel Arteta and Declan Rice. They were trying to stop the game because they felt as though it had to be a penalty. And Declan Rice, well, and Mikel Arteta, they both go into the referee's notebook. And Mikel Arteta's continuing his protestations with the fourth official. And Noni Madueke went down inside the penalty area, and I've got to say, Nuno Mendes got himself in a real tangle there, and that could easily be a penalty. I mean, the first contact is outside the area, but it goes to inside the penalty area, and no penalty was given. I think if the referee gives that, it doesn't get overturned. So it is Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1, as well, the game goes on. Free kick then for Paris Saint-Germain. Arsenal feel aggrieved here. They feel as though they should have had a penalty. They feel absolutely certain that they should have a penalty. And, well, if they don't go on and win this final, that'll be talked about substantially, because Noni Madueke and Nuno Mendes clashed, and Nuno Mendes got himself in a real tangle. Real tangle. It was certainly contact. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball. Nuno Mendes feeds it to Marquinhos. Marquinhos goes right-hand side now, and Paris Saint-Germain have it once again, just outside the penalty area on the right-hand side. Ramos with a touch. PSG again moving the ball pretty smartly, and it is going to be another substitution now for Paris Saint-Germain. And we're going to have 2 additional minutes to be played at the end of the first half of extra time. And one key moment in this first period of extra time was the penalty that Arsenal feel as though they should have had when Noni Madueke went down. Pacho gathers the ball now, and Marquinhos does collect. Marquinhos has the ball deep inside his own half. Marquinhos feeds it infield towards Vitinha. And Vitinha now towards João Neves. João Neves gathers and pokes it long once more. It is now fed right-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain again. It is collected now on that right flank as PSG come forwards looking for a goal to give them a lead in the contest. Out of play goes, throw in Paris Saint-Germain. Paris Saint-Germain with a throw in then on the right-hand side. And it is PSG 1, Arsenal 1. And as it stands, we're going for a penalty shootout. Pacho has the ball and finds Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes on the left-hand side, just clips it forward, but to no one in particular. And Doué saw the ball just go over his head. And now Zaire Emery tries to feed it forwards. Madueke's been really good since coming on, does gather. Madueke twisting and turning inside his own half. Finds Saliba. Saliba in towards Eza. Eza has the ball again and goes back in field now. And now Arsenal come once more. And so Arsenal have the ball deep inside their own half on the left-hand side. It's flicked forwards looking towards Martinelli, but goes out of play. We played the 2 minutes, and I think that's going to be the whistle, is it, for half-time at the end of the first half in extra time? It is. Second half of extra time to come, and of course possibly a penalty shootout. heading now for a penalty shootout unless there is a moment for one of these two sides in the final 15 minutes of extra time. So it is Paris Saint-Germain 1, it is Arsenal 1. A long Champions League season comes down to these 15 minutes and possibly a penalty shootout to decide which of these two clubs will ultimately wrap their hands around the grandest trophy of them all in European club football. Paris Saint-Germain kick us off at the start of the second half of extra time. It is Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. And it's been a game really which, as it's progressed, has opened up really nicely from the neutral perspective in terms of just seeing a little bit more free-flowing attacking football. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball at the back now with Pacho. Pacho had the option of going to his right-hand side. Instead he goes left-hand side for Nuno Mendes. And Nuno Mendes just goes back inside towards Pacho. And when the jeopardy is this high in the contest, you do wonder sometimes about just the feeling of the stakes of this football match. And fear of losing from this kind of position often overrides the opportunity to take a gamble, but Paris Saint-Germain have the ball just outside the Arsenal penalty area. It is now PSG who are in possession, and it was Hakimi who wanted the ball played into his path. Doesn't come to him. Pacho does gather. Pacho's got the option now right hand side for Paris Saint-Germain, and it was Zaïre Emery who was also offering to go a little bit shorter. Collected now by PSG just outside the centre circle, and an opportunity now possibly for Peralta to feed it right hand side. He does just that. Great chance for Barcola inside the penalty area. David Raya comes, doesn't properly clear, and eventually Arsenal scramble it away. João Neves was also in the heart of the action, but David Raya with an important touch, I think, in there inside the penalty area, because Paris Saint-Germain have worked it well on the right hand side. David Raya came out and got an important glove on it, because Gonzalo Ramos was lurking inside the 6-yard box. Any kind of error at this point, any kind of moment either way, could result in the trophy being decided. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball left-hand side, just outside the Arsenal penalty area. And it is now an opportunity for Paris Saint-Germain once more inside the box now, looking for a way to get a strike in and goal. Came through a cluster of red and white shirts. Gathered now by Paris Saint-Germain on their right-hand side. Hakimi does have it, who now has the captain's armband after Marquinhos was substituted. Hakimi once again. Hakimi right-footed, crossing to the penalty area, catch in practice that for David Raya. And Raya does gather. And now, just a couple of minutes into the second half of extra time, 107 minutes on the clock. Luis Enrique continuing to bark orders from his technical area. Mikel Arteta likewise. It's going to come down now for Eze inside the centre circle. Declan Rice keeps it moving left-hand side, and it's gathered now by Nkapie. Nkapie goes back in field towards Gabriel Magalhaes, the Brazilian. Back to the Spaniard, David Raya. David Raya, right-hand side. That's where he attempted to fizz the ball onto. Didn't quite come off, but Arsenal will pick up the pieces 45 yards from goal. Really good turn by Jurrien Timber. Jurrien Timber to Madueke. Madueke's been lively since coming on against Doué. And Madueke goes down. Free kick for Arsenal in a good position. And really, that's pretty careless from Doué, because you cannot afford to give this Arsenal side set-piece situations from that kind of range. And it is now a free kick for Arsenal in a very dangerous position indeed. And I really do think as though Noni Madueke has been very impressive indeed since coming on. He's operated with a little bit more freedom on that right-hand side. A few tired legs and minds out there perhaps. Free kick then for Arsenal on the right-hand side. Around about a yard or so in from the touchline on the right flank, and it will be Declan Rice to take it with the captain's armband. Declan Rice just places the ball with deliberation. How many set pieces has Declan Rice delivered this season that have ultimately resulted in goals? Declan Rice exhales once and twice and just gives the signal with the way of his left arm, and then feeds the ball into the penalty area. Goalkeeper comes, gets a palm on it. It's a good palm actually by Safanov, and Paris Saint-Germain through Hakimi will try and bring the ball away. He wants a free kick here, I think. Hakimi, he's not going to get it though. And Paris Saint-Germain play out from the back and play out from inside their own penalty area. So PSG coming forwards once again, and hoisted long now towards Zaïre Emery. And Zaïre Emery does gather the ball, and an opportunity now potentially for Paris Saint-Germain once again, but it's hooked forward by Arsenal, and it'll be dealt with now by Zabarnyi. And now Paris Saint-Germain have the ball right in front of Mikel Arteta, just shy of the halfway line. Here they come again, the 21-year-old João Neves, who's not one of the ones who's been substituted by Luis Enrique. He's a really willing runner, is João Neves, and he goes right-hand side to Hakimi, who now has the captain's armband. Hakimi once again, João Neves the option inside. Here come Paris Saint-Germain once more. João Neves has the ball 5 yards in from the touchline, the right-hand side. Paris Saint-Germain dominant in possession now. And it is 110 minutes on the clock. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Nothing can separate these two sides in the 2026 Champions League final. It's gathered now by Beraldo. Beraldo has it outside the penalty area. Left-footed just cuts back in field. And Arsenal dropping deep. Arsenal dropping very deep in the contest. Gathered now just outside the penalty area by Paris Saint-Germain. And it is collected by Hakimi. The game, though, being played at walking pace. The legs, the tired legs of the season beginning to kick in. Hakimi has it right-hand side. Feeds it now infield towards Beraldo. And Paris Saint-Germain playing with a degree of confidence in this little spell. Pacho does collect. Pacho has it again. And the option was there for Nuno Mendes left-hand side. They go right-hand side instead. Paris Saint-Germain still with Hakimi on the right flank, a yard in from the touchline. Hakimi goes down the line to João Neves, neatly done by João Neves, inside the area. João Neves came back off João Neves, then back off a red and white shirt, and eventually it will be a corner. Zubimendi was there, the man from the Basque Country who Arsenal signed when Real Madrid wanted to sign Martin Zubimendi, but he was convinced by Mikel Arteta and the Arsenal project to come to North London. And so it's a corner kick now for Paris Saint-Germain. A corner kick which will be fed in by Desiré Doué. And Doué, the 20-year-old, will take Paris Saint-Germain's 11th corner kick of the contest. Doué with the corner, can't beat the first man, and if truth be told, the set-piece situations from Paris Saint-Germain have been really poor tonight. 11 corners, I can't remember one really where they've made Arsenal nervy at the back. So 111 minutes on the clock now, and here come Paris Saint-Germain again, and it is gathered now on that left-hand side by Beraldo. Beraldo feeds it in field, and now gathered by Paris Saint-Germain right on the halfway line. A goal now would surely be the winner. Gathered by Doué. Doué just gliding in field and asking where the options are in terms of movement in front of him. Doué goes left-hand side now to Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes keeps it moving on the left-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain. 112 on the clock, one apiece the score. Paris Saint-Germain completely dominant in possession, nursing it in midfield. João Neves, who looks one of the livelier players out there, the 21-year-old for PSG, at this late stage in the contest, at this late stage in the competition. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. As they continue to probe this Arsenal backline, everyone's sitting so deep for Arsenal. Zabarnyi has it midway inside the Arsenal half. Still there's no obvious way through though for Paris Saint-Germain. They have it on the left-hand side now. Chance for Paris Saint-Germain again coming forwards on that left flank, and it is regathered now by PSG, and they have an opportunity to swirl the ball into the penalty area, but David Raya is there, and Raya gathers very calmly indeed, and could be an opportunity now for Arsenal as Zubimendi rose inside the penalty area. He just pushed it away, and all of a sudden it's a little bit scrappy from both sides, and Paris Saint-Germain trying to find a way through, but William Saliba is there to mop up, and he had to be, didn't it? Really well done by William Saliba, and Arsenal have the ball at the back, and it is Declan Rice who scoops it long, and it's now gathered by Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes was trying to just sneak past Jurrien Timber, couldn't quite do so. Arsenal will come again. 113 on the clock in the Champions League final. Paris Saint-Germain seeking back-to-back titles. Arsenal seeking the first trophy, the first Champions League trophy in their 139-year history. David Raya smashes it long, but to no one in particular. Mikel Arteta is scampering down the touchline well outside his technical area, urging his side forward because they've been sitting deeper and deeper and deeper, this Arsenal team. And Luis Enrique looks increasingly agitated on the touchline as well. It is going to be a throw-in now, which Hakimi will take, and Hakimi does take it, but he gives it straight back to Eza. Eza now, and an opportunity for Eza to come forward now with the ball for Arsenal, and Eza tried to slide it through to Noni Madueke, and he wasn't too far away, you know. And Safanov does gather. And so we go in to the final 5 minutes of extra time. We're going to a penalty shootout. And my goodness, it has been so tense, so tight out there. I don't think either side will feel as though they really deserve to win it. PSG will say they have more of the ball and the better of the chances, which is a fair assessment on these statistics, but really didn't manage to create too much in the game in 114 minutes of football. That might change here, because here come Paris Saint-Germain, and here comes Bradley Barcola, and now Hakimi feeds it infield, gathered now by Beraldo, and now it's collected by João Neves. João Neves does collect. João Neves goes right hand side, and Paris Saint-Germain are asking all the questions. Cut in field once more to João Neves. João Neves now with an opportunity to feed it towards Hakimi on the right hand side, and Barcola with the touch. It's all Paris Saint-Germain. Arsenal now just waiting for penalties, it feels. Barcola's ball into the penalty area, not a bad one. Gyökeres with the touch, and João Neves now will gather again. And Arsenal, it feels like they're hanging on a little bit now. For the first time in the game, Paris Saint-Germain look to be playing almost exclusively right on the edge of the Arsenal penalty area. Arsenal had led through Kai Havertz on 6 minutes. Dembele's equalising goal on 65 from the penalty spot after Kvaratskhelia was fouled by Mosquera. It is now collected by Hakimi on the right-hand side, and Bradley Barcola feeds it to Doué, and Doué now right-hand side for Hakimi, and he wants it again, does Doué. Doué's 35 yards from goal. What can he create? What can he conjure? Goes left-hand side now for Nuno Mendes. 116 on the clock. We edge towards a penalty shootout. João Neves, 25 yards out. João Neves goes back instead, though, for Paris Saint-Germain. There's no way through against this wall of red and white. No way through. And they will come once more. Will Paris Saint-Germain? Beraldo. Zabani. Zabani has the ball, and he just tries to feed it through towards João Neves. João Neves will keep it in play inside the penalty area, cross into the penalty area, drops kindly effort on goal, takes a deflection, and David Raya gathers the ball out of the Hungarian night sky and bowls it out instantaneously to Noni Madueke, who's on the scamper, goes past his man. That's going to be a yellow card. Yellow card and a free kick for Arsenal. I think they'll take that, Arsenal, because they really have been under the caution. Nuno Mendes goes into the referee's notebook, and so it will be a free kick for Arsenal inside their own half on 117 minutes. I wonder if they're now just going to launch the ball forward from Declan Rice and try to create something from this set-piece situation. Nuno Mendes then goes into the referee's notebook, and it is going to be David Raya to launch it long now for Arsenal, and launch it long to the edge of the penalty area. David Raya then with the set piece for Arsenal, and he has smashed it long. A goal now really would be the winner, but David Raya's free kick beyond everyone out of play, and it looks increasingly like we're going to the lottery of a penalty shootout. Mikel Arteta, who is on a yellow card after complaining that Noni Madueke hadn't been given that penalty. So the goalkeepers will be starting to think, won't they? Well, Paris Saint-Germain have had 19 attempts on goal to Arsenal's 4 in the contest. They've had 72% possession, and yet the only metric that matters is Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. It is Madueke who feeds the ball infield, and all of a sudden Arsenal might have an opportunity and into the side netting. I mean, the angle was so tight there, I think, from Jurrien Timber. I don't think he realistically could have beaten Safanov at his near post, but he gave it a go anyway. He was inside the area. You never know. So late in the game, might get a deflection on it. Tries to beat Safanov and feeds the ball into the side netting in the end. And it's going to be a throw-in for Arsenal. We played 119 minutes of football. We're in the final minute of the Champions League final. And, well, Jurrien Timber's shaking his head. He feels as though he should have tested the goalkeeper from that kind of range, I think. And it is, well, Luis Enrique is so frustrated because he feels as though Arsenal were trying to eke out additional yards at every available opportunity. And it could be a chance now for Eze. Eze has the ball 35 yards from goal, feeds it to Zubimendi. Zubimendi just outside the penalty area for Arsenal. Zubimendi goes right-hand side for Declan Rice. Might fancy a ping Declan Rice here. Instead he goes right-hand side now for Noni Madueke. Madueke gliding inside on his left boot. Madueke's ball into the penalty area. It is cleared though by Arsenal, but comes back to Victor Gyökeres. It's Gyökeres. Will he take the strike on himself? He will. It's Victor Gyökeres. Deflection takes it behind for a corner. And this might be the last action of the game. And Mikel Arteta wants a penalty to be awarded there. I don't think he's going to get it. But, well, it was Victor Gyökeres with the strike that's deflected behind for a corner. And it's going to be a corner kick now for Arsenal. And set pieces are characterised their entire season. And can Arsenal, with the last kick of the Champions League final, pinch a goal here? It is Paris Saint-Germain 1. It is Arsenal 1. And Arsenal now have a set piece. They have a corner. And Noni Madueke is going to take it. And Arsenal, so good at corners this season. It's been emblematic of their season. Noni Madueke with the ball in. It's cleared high into a really dangerous area. Punched away. Might break loose now, and indeed it will for Declan Rice. Referee has a little look at the watch. Headers forward, and it's very close to being deflected towards Safarov in the penalty area. Hakimi wants a goal kick. It's not going to be given, and I think we're going now to a penalty shootout, are we? Referee does indeed blow the whistle, and we are going to a penalty shootout. The 2026 Champions League final will be decided between Paris Saint-Germain and Arsenal from the spot. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1 inside the 90 minutes. Extra time couldn't separate them either. And so we go into a penalty shootout to decide who will wrap their hands. finest of margins. And in Budapest, Hungary tonight, where the temperature is just dropping a little bit as we approach 9 p.m. local time, you can be absolutely sure that one side of this stadium is going to be in a state of delight and delirium, and the other in a state of despair inside the next 10 minutes. Do not go anywhere, because the 2026 Champions League final between Paris Saint-Germain and Arsenal will be decided via a penalty shootout. The Arsenal players are involved in a huddle inside their own half as the two goalkeepers trot towards the goal allocated for the shootout. And the Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper, Safanov, who really didn't have too much to do throughout the course of the game, and David Raya, the Arsenal goalkeeper, they will be the potential heroes out there tonight. The first penalty is going to be taken by Gonzalo Ramos for Paris Saint-Germain, and David Raya has the ball in his gloves and he bounces it 5, 6, 7 times on the turf. I don't know exactly what he's trying to do with the ball there, David Raya, before he gives it to Ramos. And Ramos eventually does have the ball, and he has a little shake of the head there, Ramos, because a few mind games from David Raya is being told to get back onto his line. I mean, Ramos had stared out Raya because David Raya had smashed the ball onto the turf on numerous occasions, and I don't know if he was just trying to take a little bit of something out of it. But the first penalty will be a Paris Saint-Germain penalty, so Ramos to take it against Raya, and David Raya is being told to go back onto his line. And so David Raya now against Ramos as Paris Saint-Germain take the first penalty in the shootout. The 2026 Champions League final to be decided by shootout. The referee's just taking a moment actually to have a chat with both of the goalkeepers. Of course, so often in Champions League finals there have been some iconic, historic moments where the goalkeepers have got rather involved in the shootouts. Jerzy Dudek, of course, in 2005 for Liverpool against Milan was a really memorable one, and Grobbelaar as well in the years preceding that for the Reds. So Ramos will take the first penalty now for Paris Saint-Germain, and David Raya is off his line again and geeing up the Arsenal crowd. David Raya's going to get a yellow card in a minute here if he's not careful. And Ramos then to take the first penalty for Paris Saint-Germain. Ramos for Paris Saint-Germain exhales, looks at the fans behind the goal, has a little look at David Raya. Ramos steps up and he scores. Cracking penalty for Paris Saint-Germain. They lead 1-0 in the shootout. Luis Enrique unmoved, arms across his chest as Ramos celebrates and G's up the Paris Saint-Germain crowd, who are behind the goal where the penalties are being taken. And so now it will be Arsenal to go one apiece in the shootout. Paris Saint-Germain score their first penalty. Victor Gyökeres will take the first Arsenal penalty against Safanov in goal for PSG. And Victor Gyökeres steps up now for Arsenal against Safanov. Victor Gyökeres will take it right-footed. Here he comes. It's Gyökeres slots on the penalty really nicely. Really good penalty from Gyökeres. They get half an eye on the goalkeeper, Safanov, who moved a touch to his right-hand side. And then it was slotted into the opposing corner by Victor Gyökeres. Really cleverly done. So, one apiece in the shootout. Neither goalkeepers had a chance really at saving the first penalty either have faced. It is going to be Desiree Doué, who scored 2 goals against Inter Milan in last year's final. Can he net a penalty in the shootout in this year's final? It is Doué who will take the spot kick against David Raya. Desiree Doué with a central run-up against David Raya. Doué steps up to take the penalty and slots it home. Again, I think he just waits for David Raya to move to his right-hand side and then just pass the ball in the opposing corner. So Paris Saint-Germain have taken 2 penalties and scored 2 penalties. Arsenal have taken 1 and scored 1. So it is now A penalty which Eberechi Eze is going to take for Arsenal against Safanov. Safanov is eyeing up Eze here. And the man signed for Crystal Palace will take the penalty now for Arsenal. Arsenal second. No penalties missed so far in the shootout. It is Eze against Safanov. Eze to take the penalty, right-footed. Eze steps up against Safanov. Stuttered runner. Eze puts it wide, and Arsenal missing the shootout. And Paris Saint-Germain lead 2-1. And Eberechi Eze is a terrible penalty. It's a terrible, terrible penalty. He puts it wide of the upright, right-footed. I think he was just trying to clip it into the corner. But it's an awful penalty. It's 2 yards wide. And Paris Saint-Germain now have a 2-1 lead in the shootout after both sides have taken 2 pens apiece. And the next penalty is a really important one now, if they are to put additional pressure on Arsenal here, Paris Saint-Germain. So Paris Saint-Germain have taken 2, they scored 2. Nuno Mendes is going to take the third penalty for Paris Saint-Germain to give them a 3-1 lead in the shootout. Arsenal have taken 2 and only scored 1. Gyökeres scored and Eze missed. And so Nuno Mendes will take the penalty now for Paris Saint-Germain against David Raya. Nuno Mendes steps up, left-footed, the full-back. Arguably the best left-back in world football. Nuno Mendes steps up and it's saved by David Raya. It's saved by David Raya, outstretched to his left-hand side. And Arsenal fans celebrate. And Paris Saint-Germain supporters can't believe it. It's a rather telegraphed penalty, I think, from Nuno Mendes. And David Raya stretching away to his left-hand side. Saw it coming, palms it away. And so Paris Saint-Germain still lead 2-1 the shootout, but they've taken 3. Arsenal have only taken 2. And it's a chance now for Arsenal to go level in the penalty shootout. So a penalty now which will be taken by Declan Rice. Declan Rice, the captain, against Safanov. It is Declan Rice to level things up in the shootout at 2 pens apiece with 3 taken. Declan Rice then to take the spot kick against Safanov. It is Declan Rice for Arsenal against the Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper. Declan Rice then steps up for Arsenal. Declan Rice slots it home, 2 apiece in the shootout, 3 taken apiece. So Nuno Mendes missed for Paris Saint-Germain. Eze missed for Arsenal. Both sides have taken 3 penalties. Both have scored 2. Now we go to the 4th penalty apiece. Declan Rice just slotting it past Safanov. Hasn't really got close to any of the penalties so far. And the 4th penalty now will be taken by Paris Saint-Germain. And it's going to be Achraf Hakimi to take it. Hakimi now to take the penalty for Paris Saint-Germain against David Raya. 2 apiece in the shootout, 3 taken from each side. Hakimi, who's currently wearing the captain's armband, steps up and scores. Scores for Paris Saint-Germain. They're 3-2 up in the shootout. But Arsenal have yet to take their 4th penalty. If they do score, then it'll be 3 apiece in the shootout. So, who's going to take the next penalty for Arsenal? Been some good penalties in the shootout. 2 poor ones with the misses, but it is now a penalty for Arsenal to make it 3 apiece in the shootout. 1-1, of course, after the 90 minutes. 1-1 after extra time. And now, Paris Saint-Germain, who lead 3-2 in the shootout. Gabriel Martinelli is going to be the man to take it. Martinelli, the Brazilian, for Arsenal against Safanov. Martinelli to make it 3 apiece in the shootout. Martinelli steps up and Martinelli scores. Good pen, 3-all in the shootout, 4 taken apiece. And Martinelli punches the air and looks towards those Arsenal fans. And it's the 5th penalty now for each club. Paris Saint-Germain and Arsenal, both 3 penalties scored from 4 in this penalty shootout. It's a good penalty that for Martinelli. And Safanov again diving the wrong way. So now Paris Saint-Germain's 5th penalty. And so a 5th penalty now for Paris Saint-Germain. Panalto will take it, the substitute. He's going to step up now to take Paris Saint-Germain's 5th penalty. David Raya waits, and it's scored. It's a really good pen as well, tucked into the corner. It's a really good penalty, tucked into the corner, so neatly, so effectively. Now Paris Saint-Germain have scored 4 of their 5 penalties, so Arsenal now will take their 5th penalty before we go to sudden death in the shootout. And it is going to be a 5th penalty now to be taken by Arsenal, and Gabriel Magalhaes must score. Gabriel Magalhaes must score. So Gabriel Magalhaes is stepping up now. And he must score. He must score to keep Arsenal in the Champions League final. It's Gabriel Magalhaes against Safanov. Paris Saint-Germain lead 4-3 in the shootout. They've taken their 5. This is Arsenal's 5th penalty. And here it is for Gabriel Magalhaes to step up for Arsenal, to keep them in the shootout, to take it to sudden death. It is Gabriel Magalhaes who will take it. Left-footed, it's Gabriel Magalhaes over the crossbar, and Paris Saint-Germain retain the Champions League trophy. They won it in 2025, and they've won it again in 2026. Luis Enrique and his staff celebrate by the finest of margins. They've beaten Arsenal in a Champions League final. The Gunners will have to wait. Their 139-year wait for a Champions League trophy goes on. Paris Saint-Germain have won and retained the 2026 Champions League. One apiece after 90 minutes. One apiece after extra time. Eza and Gabriel missing in the shootout. And the Premier League winners are distraught. But Paris Saint-Germain are delighted. They've beaten Arsenal in the final by the finest of margins at the death in a penalty shootout. Luis Enrique does it again. Paris Saint-Germain do it again. It is they who will lift the 2026
The first club since Real Madrid under Zidane to retain a great trophy. And they celebrate in one corner of the stadium. Great celebrations, just like Munich last year, while Arsenal are consoling one another and going to their supporters at the other end of the ground. The flames from the flares continue to burn. The smoke heads up towards the roof of the stadium above our heads, and it has ended. Paris Saint-Germain won, Arsenal won after extra time. PSG win 4-3 in the penalty shootout.
Well, life moves fast and so does football. It only feels like about 60 seconds ago that Gabriel's penalty went over the bar. Already down on the pitch there is a stage, there is a huge sign which says champions on it. There is a platform that the Arsenal players don't want to look at. They're facing directly away from it to the other end of the stadium because they know they're going to have to walk that walk. They're going to have to pick up runners' up medals very, very soon. And the shoulders have slumped because they kept themselves upright. They hung in there for 120 minutes, and in the end, it's for naught. We'll be with you here inside the Puskás Arena until 8:30. That's when 606 will take over, and of course you can get your calls in 08085 909 693. So myself, John Murray, Matt Upson and ESPN's Julian Laurent will be reacting to what we've just seen. And it was, Jules, a powerful moment that when the first man over to the devastated Gabriel, when his shirt was almost still over his head, was his Brazilian teammate, the PSG captain, Marquinhos.
Yeah, I think it shows how the class of Marquinhos to start with, and yes, they will go to the World Cup together. They're the starting centre-backs for Brazil and Carlo Ancelotti, but to think about your friend before going to celebrate with your fans, with your team as the PSG captain for a second Champions League in a row. This is not a little competition, this is not a little trophy. Tonight PSG are making history, and this PSG team is going to be talked among the greatest of all time, and for him to be so unselfish that to go and see Gabriel like that, I think shows the human being that he is, and I think that's fantastic.
Even for any neutral, Matt, that is quite hard to watch. That is heartbreaking. You wouldn't want it to happen to literally anybody, obviously.
No.
But he's such a massive part of their success. He just doesn't deserve that moment.
Yeah, I'm finding it hard to watch. If I'm honest, I think it's really difficult to see because he's just carried so much this season. His attitude, his presence, his personality, his fight. He's brought it all, Gabriel, and he leaves it out there every time. To be brave enough to step up, knowing that it's probably not an amazing part of his game, penalty taking, but he's got the mentality and the mettle to step up and do it. That just says everything you need to know, that you're taking it in this kind of pressure, in this kind of moment. It's so sad for him, and I could just see in his face there. I mean, he's recovered really well. I think he needed consoling initially, but you can tell he's already kind of refocusing and coming to terms with it, as you have to. He's got a huge tournament to play for his country in the summer, but so sad it had to be him who's been so influential for Arsenal this season.
Luis Enrique is down there waving his arms around, obviously having the time of his life, and clearly we will talk about PSG and give them all of the credit they deserve. Enrique has kept his top on this time, which he didn't this time last year when he won Paris Saint-Germain's first Champions League. They've won it back to back, an incredible achievement. Luis Enrique has his third. So the pantheon of great European football managers just has to throw open its doors for him now. He joins Bob Paisley, Pep Guardiola and Zinedine Zidane on 3. Only Carlo Ancelotti with 5 has more. I'm just looking over to my left here though, Jules, and the thing that struck me is so many Arsenal players dotted around with 4 or 5 metres between them. So many of them still. Aberichez has barely moved. He's just sort of shuffling his feet now. It's like they're all sort of stranded in their own personal moment of pain.
Yeah, there's a lot of tears as well from the players, some of them for the staff. I mean, Gabi Heinze, who's a very emotional guy, former PSG player, of course. It was a bit of a special game for him, like for Mikel Arteta in that sense. Can't stop crying either. It's a tough one to take all the time, always. The penalties in a game like this, of course, is very cruel. They can, I think, also hold their head high, because the game plan worked. Because of, this is also part of this team, how difficult they are to play against. I think Mikel Arteta has built a machine in terms of the defensive structure and the work rate that they have, and there's something really beautiful in that. But I think for this PSG team, to break their dreams like that is a very difficult one to take.
Sometimes, Matt, the hardest thing to take in a final is if your team lose without throwing a punch, and you just sort of turn up and you think, oh, we weren't there. That is not this final.
No.
Arsenal gave more. I was going to say gave everything. They gave more than I thought it was possible to give.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you start to break it down on the numbers and the percentages and the possession and the passes and the attempts at goal, you would think it was such a one-sided boxing matches, and in many aspects it was. But it was designed that way, and it was designed that way on purpose to achieve a goal, which was to win the Champions League. And it's inches away, it's in touching distance, and they took it to a place where maybe they always felt or knew that it may well go to that place. I totally felt that. Once it went to 1-1, you thought to yourself, well, the only really way that Arsenal's probably going to win this now is if it's on penalties. And they took it there. The endeavour of the players, the energy, the legs had gone. Hincapié was just immense stepping into that role at this stage. Just tells you a lot about him and what he's given to the team. And I just think it's just a great collective effort. And like you say, to finish in that way, it's brutal. Sport at its most painful. But has to happen to someone, and that person's Gabriel.
Berichez has just collapsed to his knees. I'm just looking, I can see Noni Madueke and Declan Rice taking up the exact same pose, sitting next to each other, arms outstretched, just trying to take in what has just happened to them. And the other thing that occurred to me, Jules, is, I know Mikel Arteta and the way he's on the touchline, I get that that's not for everybody. Nobody can say that he puts anything less than every ounce of his heart and soul into everything he does as a manager. Is it going to be even more difficult for him? Because in the end, the way they lost it is literally the only part of a game he cannot control.
Yeah, I think you probably see it like that. But he will also see the positives, because that's the kind of guy that he is, and the progression. Final this year, semi-final last year, quarter-final the year before. You're getting closer and closer. You won your first Premier League title. You're the favourite to defend it next season. You will be the favourite in the Champions League as well to go one further, because this team had a bit more of maybe attacking power or attacking desire, whatever way you want to put it. And this team can have everything. It will never be this PSG team in the way they play, because that's not the style of this manager, of Mikel Arteta, and it's not the players for that. But they will have everything, and they're really not far. And today is cruel, and it will hurt. It will hurt tonight. They will go back to London tomorrow. There's the parade with the fans. They will show their Premier League trophy for the first time in 22 years. And tomorrow already, that moment with the fans and that communion with the fans, with that parade, will help massively. And then there's holidays for some, World Cup for others, and then you can go again in August. But it should not take away all the great things this team have achieved this season.
Arsenal just look frozen. Barely any player in red and white now is moving a muscle. Oh, God, it's tough. It's so tough. Been so zoned in on the pitch, I didn't notice that Chris Sutton has rejoined us. He'll be doing the commentary later on Match of the Day on the highlights. You're right, Chris. It was such a difficult thing to watch.
Yeah, I mean, the match was billed, I think, as the best attack in Europe against the best defence, and it panned out that way. And Arsenal get themselves in front and then defended brilliantly and really limited PSG to very few chances. And I felt that Mosquera, who'd had a brilliant hour before, it was a penalty. It was a foul and tucked away, and Arsenal still just kept with their game plan. Were very direct, and it was a second ball game, and it's basic football, but they limited PSG to very few chances. Took them all the way through extra time, and then look, I think penalties are a skill. People will say, well, they're a lottery, but they're not. It's about skill and holding your nerve. There will be people who will think, well, why did Gabriel take a penalty and not Madueke? But it's just one of those things, and I just feel for him, because he has been sensational for Arsenal this season. Him and Saliba have been giving Arsenal that foundation for their success in the Premier League and the run which they've had in Europe, and it's a moment that he will always remember for all the wrong reasons, but the players will rally around him and what have you. It's still been a great season, I think, as Jules quite rightly says, but you can't get away from the fact that you're in a big Champions League final, that the chance was there, and Arsenal haven't taken it. But you've got to say, this PSG team, they are exceptional. How long can this run go on for? But Arsenal nullified them. But really feel for Mikel Arteta and his Arsenal team.
Presnel Kimpembe has just emerged from the tunnel there, former PSG man, and he's carrying the European Cup. And if Arsenal's players' hearts are just starting to raise a little bit back up in their chests, then they will sink again, and it's about to get worse, because in a moment they'll have to go and pick up those runners-up medals. I was just thinking, Chris, 606 is on the way, 08085 909 693. Less phone-in, more support group for Arsenal fans tonight, perhaps?
I think so, but, as I just said, I think it's a season that Arsenal fans will be very proud of their team and what they've achieved. However many years, was it 2003, 4, whatever, when they won the last Premier League. Winning that is a big deal, but, having this chance and not getting over the line. But I think that's generally what we'll hear from Arsenal fans, or what I would expect to hear, the pride in their team, the pride in their performance this evening. But I suppose, what needs to happen next for Arsenal to make that next step and to build on what they've done this season?
Matt, they say the worst walk in football is from the halfway line to the penalty spot. I think we're about to see the second worst, which is when you go and pick up a runners-up medal. The officials have gone through. The PSG Guard of Honour is ready. None of the Arsenal players want to move.
No, that's expected. You're still, it is the worst thing to collect, isn't it? You're not thinking of the achievement of getting here and what kind of game they played and what they left out there. You're just thinking about the fact that you've lost. That's the overriding emotion. That's the feeling. It's hard to, you can't get rid of that. It takes a bit of time, takes a bit of processing. And like what we've said before, you then go again. But at the moment, it's not the medal they want.
Well, it's not the one they want. It's not the walk they want to walk, but they're going to have to do it. The Arsenal players are just gathered just on the edge of the penalty area. Nasser El-Khelaifi, the PSG owner, is there as well. I mean, again, you've got to walk past him. He's having one of the best days of his life. And here come the Arsenal players, John Murray, to pick up those runners-up medals.
Yeah, I always think this is quite cruel because they walk up first and you've got to walk past the European Cup with your opponent's ribbons on it, and that is exactly what Martin Odegaard is doing now. They're wasting no time. In fact, he chooses not to do that, and he turns to his right and he walks down the steps and he walks away from the trophy. I see David Raya there just has a look over his shoulder back towards the trophy, but you can tell in the faces of the Arsenal players as they move along the line. Josh Kroenke is there as well. He's representing Arsenal on the stage, and the PSG president Nasser El-Khelaifi is just standing to his left. And you know what? You just can't help but think what a contrast this is to what we saw just last Sunday evening when Josh Kroenke was carrying out the Premier League trophy for Martin Odegaard to lift. And Bukayo Saka just receiving his medal now, all very straight faces. Gabriel Jesus, who was involved in Champions League final with Manchester City when they lost against Chelsea, now losing against PSG. I do wonder whether it might be the end of the road for Gabriel Jesus after he was captain at Selhurst Park last Sunday afternoon. And the last man in the Arsenal line is Mikel Arteta. After his first European final as either a player or a manager, the UEFA president Alexander Cheferin just has a few words for him. I'm not sure Mikel Arteta is in the mood for that, and he walks away last in line past the Champions League trophy on its plinth. And now from that with Arsenal to this with PSG, and they send up Luis Enrique first, and he gets a huge embrace from Nasser El-Khelaifi, the president of Paris Saint-Germain. I was watching them last night actually here in the stadium in the training session, and Luis Enrique, when he receives his medal, he does walk up onto that podium. There are two separate stages. There is one where the players will gather, but Luis Enrique can't leave it. He's got his hands on that trophy again, even though it's still on the plinth. He puts both hands on it, and now one by one the players, unlike Arsenal who walked in the other direction, every single PSG player is choosing now to go up there and just get a touch of the silverware. I'm seeing little Vitinha now, who had to limp off the field. I'm sure he would have taken a penalty if he could have done, and he actually strokes it and then punches the air. And quietly the Paris Saint-Germain players are now taking their positions. It's all very casual there. Most of them have gone and sat down actually on the stage. There's two steps up onto the podium. The purpley blue arch is behind it, which has champions written across it, and also the crest of Paris Saint-Germain. And now we're getting to the last of the PSG players. Marquinhos is standing. He just stays back. Ousmane Dembele, who had to leave the field, he was struggling as well, having been injured so much of this season. And now Alexander Cheferin says well done to Dembele, and actually forgets that he has to give a medal to Marquinhos as well, and receives the final medal from the box. This well-rehearsed procedure where the UEFA official hands the medals to Alexander Cheferin, and now all smiles. Marquinhos walks across, shakes hands with the mascot, and then there's a laugh between the two of them, Alexander Cheferin and Marquinhos. And once again, Marquinhos receives the medal around his neck. The only man to appear in all three of Paris Saint-Germain's Champions League finals. Marquinhos, the man who's played more matches for Paris Saint-Germain than any other player. He's got the European Cup in his hands again, and he walks across to his teammates. He's about to lift it, and this signals that PSG have retained the trophy. All of those long years of waiting for Paris Saint-Germain. They broke the dam in Munich last year, and now against Arsenal here in Budapest, they've done it again. Luis Enrique and his Paris Saint-Germain team, they are the best team around. They're brilliant. They are one of the Champions League's finest, and they are getting on the pitch what they deserve for the team that they are. Paris Saint-Germain, Champions League winners again in 2026.
And you'll hear the roar again from the PSG fans with every single lift. Nasser Al-Khelaifi a couple of moments ago, the PSG president, was out there lifting the trophy. Now it's in the hands of Vitinha. Now it's on the head of Vitinha. And as they all walk past it, just looking at all the players, what will they do with the European Cup? Well, Ousmane Dembele gave it Real Madrid many times over, Milan of the 90s, Inter of the 60s, Clubs Forest, Brights Ajax, Eusebio's Benfica. They have got company. Because they are the champions, but they've done it back to back, Julien Laurent. And in doing so, they're now one of the great club sides of all time.
Yeah, without doubt. And the way they've done it, last season especially, with the win and the way they played, and this season in a very different way because the opposition was very different. But to go back to back in this competition, even more now with more teams in it, it's just an incredible achievement. They're making history today for French football, obviously, for this club, that, as you know, means so much to me, obviously, but also in football history, because what Luis Enrique has done in the last 2 years is just simply unbelievable.
Astonishing achievement, Chris, for Luis Enrique, for anyone to win this competition once, let alone do it back to back, let alone do it 3 times with 2 clubs.
Yeah, and Jules mentioned last year and the way that they did it. There's a lot to be admired about the team, though, because we always paint the picture of the beautiful football which they play, and they do. They have such wonderful young talent, but the way they've won it this season, they've had to show a fair bit of resilience. They did tonight, they did in the second leg in Munich, where they really dug deep with a defensive rearguard display. And yeah, Arsenal pushed them all the way. I mean, there will be people out there who would have felt that Arsenal's sort of style was, would it have been sort of deserved had Arsenal won it playing their way? And I understand that argument, but it's about finding a way. And Arsenal came so close, but PSG, I don't think anybody would begrudge them of winning this trophy once again.
I must say they've taken no risks. Remember the pitch invasion in Munich last year, which actually became a little ugly, didn't it? Well, the Hungarian authorities put together 2 lines of military and a line of stewards, and they're serious military. There's no one coming past them.
And we talk about memories a lot, right? We're very privileged because we get to see a lot of games and we travel everywhere and we go. My 2 best friends are just opposite. They drove from Paris last night. They left at 9 p.m. It took them 16 hours through the whole of Germany and Austria to be here today. My brother flew to Vienna and then missed his connection flight. Had to drive with this guy who sat next to him on the plane that I didn't know before he took that plane, who had a rental car, and took him all the way here to Budapest. And those moments there, it's cruel for Arsenal fans, of course, and one day they will be on the other side. Of course, it's inevitable that this club at some point will win the Champions League. But for every PSG fan here, this final means a story that you will tell in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, 30, a bit like last season in Munich and my boys being in the stadium too. Those stories you will tell and you will repeat, and they will make you cry because this is very, very special.
Some of the kids and some of the players have just got onto the pitch, and they are literally dancing and knee sliding in the golden glitter that is right in the centre circle here next to the big champion stage where PSG have just lifted the trophy. They're now on a real sort of walk of honour in front of all of their fans. It was ever thus on a cup final day. Away to our left-hand side, the Arsenal fans have almost emptied. Away to the right, the white shirts of the PSG supporters are not going anywhere. Matt, when I was talking about Luis Enrique, whose face has just popped up on the big screen there right in front of the PSG fans, mentioned some of the other teams who have done it back to back, and you look at it through the lens of their coaches, like Brian Clough at Nottingham Forest. Some you look at it through the lens of their players, like Benfica and Eusebio. All these PSG fans will be thinking about when they wake up tomorrow morning is when's Luis Enrique signing his next contract.
Yeah, I think so. And why wouldn't you, with what he's done in the time that he's been there? I mean, I think it's such a potent combination of an ambitious club with financial backing, a coach like him who's had the experience and wants to play the type of dynamic, flowing football and interesting, exciting football to watch, and so many top young players as well. He's got a lovely blend in the squad of age, and I think what's interesting about them that team and squad, even bar the goalkeeper, hasn't changed. It just shows you the harmony to keep that settled. Most people would say that if you're not constantly developing it, you're either standing still or moving backwards. That they haven't. So he's managed to get the same or even more out of the same group, which is actually really rare. When you're going to stay at the top of the tree, you've normally got to permanently every window, every 6 months, you've got to evolve and bring new and fresh and keep it there. They haven't done that. They've just kept that same, and so he's stimulating that group of players enough to then go and win it again back to back, which is
mentality monsters.
It's immense.
Absolutely mentality monsters, I think.
What can Arsenal do to get closer than that, Jules?
They're on the right way. The progression has been linear and superb really the last few years, in the same way that they won the Premier League after being disappointed to finish second 3 seasons in a row. This is the same, and they will come back stronger next season to go and win, I think. And again, the early goal amplified probably a bit of the game plan and things like that, but you saw at times when they played that they could also cause problems to a team like this. So they will recruit, and I think they will recruit well in the summer. They need somebody, for example, on the left wing. They probably need somebody defensively too. There's a few positions where they could do better. I think if Timber had started this game, it would have been a different story if he's been fully fit. I'm not sure Saka was fully fit completely either, and he's had a season where there's been a few niggles. So they will come back stronger, but they're not far. That's the most important today. They show they were a penalty away. That's how close they are of winning the Champions League. They should not forget that.
They've finished Champions League runners-up, but they've not actually lost a match outright in the competition.
Yeah.
And you know, 20 years ago,
penalty shootout.
20 years ago, they lost the final against Barcelona, a great Barca team. But they were not. It was already in a cycle that was going downhill.
Agreed.
They were not on their way up like this.
No.
It was a very different environment and context to the one that they are in. They find themselves today, and I think also this is very important because they won't have to wait 20 more years now to be back here.
Well, I think what's interesting is the last probably 4 seasons they've built.
Of course.
Every year they've got closer. Round of 16, quarter-finals, semi-final, final. What's next?
Exactly.
But they're a team, aren't they? You know, they are now Premier League winners, beaten here in the Champions League final. And I think what'll be interesting is to see how Mikel Arteta, when he surely gets this new contract, what he does next, and whether he tries to introduce, you know, a real wild card, just some flair to add to, you know, a bit of silk to add to the steel.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think they need again a bit of strengthening, and they will. It's inevitable. You're on your way up, you have to keep going. And again, I think they are aware that they're getting closer to everything that they want to achieve.
Whilst we're doing bad news, Scotland have just confirmed that Billy Gilmore is going to miss the World Cup. That's a real disappointment for him.
When we heard from Steve Clarke earlier, you did wonder.
You could tell in his voice.
You could, yeah.
He kind of, I think he had a feeling that is really sad news. Shocking.
Lovely lad when you speak to him as well.
Yeah.
Top player.
Shame.
That is a real shame for him. Right, that's almost it from us then, so why don't we just do final thoughts, whether it's the season, John Murray, whether it's the night that we've just seen for Arsenal and Paris Saint-Germain in this Champions League. I mean, it is heartbreaking, but the parade tomorrow, whilst it will have 5% weirdness, there will still be 95% joy at what they have achieved.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there will be disappointment for Arsenal supporters that they haven't been able to lift this trophy as well and make it an unforgettable season. You know, it would have been greatness. That's how close they were. The penalty shootout away from this team being remembered forever. However, they have achieved the #1 target. That's what, after finishing runners-up 3 years running, it was loaded on Arsenal. The money that they spent last summer, the recruitment that they made, it had to be the Premier League, and they've won that, and that's what they'll celebrate in North London tomorrow.
History made today for this PSG team, this wonderful team, and last season will always be the first one and it will always be special. But I think they will enjoy this one more because they had to dig deep, they had to fight, they had to come back in again. Last season was almost a bit too easy against Inter. It was wonderful football and everything, but this one, I think, and because it's back-to-back, and again, back-to-back, you join the greatest of all time.
Yeah, Arsenal have to keep reminding themselves of what the objectives were. Like what John said, they've achieved so much to come this close here and to take the title after looking in the season like it was going to go horribly pear-shaped. The recovery of the team, the strength of the group's got more. They'll go again next year, and they've got a manager with the energy and drive to want to take it to the next level.
Speaking of energy and drive, Luis Enrique is still bouncing up and down, this time with Nasser Al-Khelaifi, the PSG president. We can still see the Champions League trophy just in the middle of a huddle of PSG players and staff, shining bright. It was their North Star, that trophy, for so long. Now they have won it again. Jules, John, Matt, thank you all very much indeed. Congratulations to Paris Saint-Germain and Arsenal fans. Well, I know the celebrations at Selhurst were absolutely frenzied. This was penalty kicks away from fever pitch. Instead, it is that sporting sickness that I think only football fans truly recognise and realise. So, commiserations, Arsenal fans, but you know what you can do now. You can get your call in, ask for a bit of support, tell Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage how you're feeling. 08085 909 693. It's time for 606.
Are you ready to have your say? In the UK's biggest football debate, your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Welcome to 606. It's heartbreak for Arsenal.
Gabriel steps out to the right, and with his left foot, it's over the bar and into the Paris Saint-Germain supporters. And that's it. PSG win, and Arsenal are beaten in the Champions League final.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rates. Visit bbc.co.uk/5 Live terms for our terms of use and privacy notice.
So it's heartbreak for Arsenal. 08085 909 693 is the number to call. Arsenal fans, give us a call right now. Jack, you've just done that. You're an Arsenal fan. How are you, Jack?
Hello, Robbie. Can you hear me there?
Yeah, I've got you, Jack.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, it's been a whirlwind of a season. I'm on the train home to London tomorrow, and, you know, win or lose today, we're going to have a celebration on the streets of Highbury. And as someone that's never seen a major trophy be lifted before, I'm just grateful for that. I think we played the game well today. Without the penalty, I don't see us conceding, and that's obviously, you know, ifs, buts and maybes. But I'm proud of the team no matter what.
They defended really well, didn't it? It was the best. It was the best. It was the best defence v the best attack in the Champions League. But
absolutely. I mean,
Arsenal one shot on target
in the first half.
One shot on target.
Absolutely. Look, we stick to our guns, don't we? Yeah. And whoever was on before your show started talking about silk and steel, it's quite an exciting thing thinking about buying a striker that doesn't just hold up play. I think that excites me over the summer. There's a big market out there, and I wouldn't mind someone to not replace, but help Gyökeres in the goal scoring department.
So, Jack, you at the parade tomorrow?
I'm going to the parade.
Yeah.
I was at university days before my exam on Tuesday at the Bournemouth game, so I was jealous sick of all the guys outside the Emirates, so I'm going to have a little party out there tomorrow. I'm really excited.
So it's been a hugely successful season. Disappointment tonight, but you've won the Premier League. Yeah,
but
agree.
To be honest, to be living every moment of the season, to have something to be excited for, is just massive in any case. So you know what? Take it as a win.
Jack, thank you so much for the call. Damien, you're a Spurs fan. How are you, Damien?
Yes, I was actually hoping Arsenal would win, and then English clubs would have won all the European competitions. That would have been good fun, but they're not good enough to do it. I mean, 24.7% of the play. You know, if you're going to play in the European Cup final, you've got to do better than that.
But they've got the goal early. They defended in a low block. Listen to the commentary on 5 Live. They've had one shot on target, which all the way through the game, which was the goal. But you can't go toe-to-toe with PSG. You have to go a different way against them.
Well, we got 2 goals against them in the Super Cup, right? And I think they got us on penalties in the end. And
come on, you're not comparing yourself to Arsenal this season. Come on, Damien, Spurs.
No, I'm not. I'm not. What I'm just happy about is all the Arsenal fans have actually lost 2 things that they really wanted, was to win the Champions League and for Spurs to get relegated. Well, hey, bad luck, mate.
Well, Damien, thank you so much for the point. Soban, how are you?
I'm good, Robbie. Well, better than I was in the last call-in, right?
Come on, then.
Yeah. I mean, look, disappointed, yes, obviously. But overall, look, 120 minutes against PSG. It was billed as the best attack in Europe versus the best defence in Europe. I think we dealt with them very well from a defensive perspective. And in fact, the 2 penalties that messed up, they were our own players missed. It's not like their keeper saved it. So,
do you think, though? Listen, as I said to Damien, it was the best defence. You had a game plan. I thought the game plan worked perfectly. You double up on the players, 4-4-2 when PSG had the ball. You know, limiting them. Yeah, they didn't have. I think they had 3 or 4 shots on target only. No real cut chances. I know the post a couple of times, but it was attack v defence, and the game panned out that way. So, do you think, if you could replay that game again, you would, try and be more offensive? But I don't think you can be against this PSG side.
No, I think you'd get absolutely hammered if you tried. So yeah, I do think. I'm not really sure what could be done too much differently. I think next. I'll tell you what, and I know people are going to laugh, but as far as I'm concerned, I actually think we'll be back next season in that final. I just think we've gone, what is it, 2 semis in the final, I think, so far. I think we'll be back next season, and we can win it. Any day, look, for all Arsenal fans, I do believe that it's all about the Premier League. I'm going down to the parade tomorrow. That's what I'm excited about. That's what my kids are excited about. We're disappointed tonight, but by no means am I absolutely gutted at all.
It's still been a wonderful season, isn't it? Wonderful season.
Has been. And I think possibly just the fact that it's just been so good into doing the title, but I do think I do question whether some of the edge may have possibly come off the guys, as in fans and team alike, in that just that little bit of extra steam you need just to make it happen tonight just wasn't there, because it just got all extended.
No, I think it was.
You know what I mean?
I think it was there.
Yeah.
I think it was
there.
Okay. So thank you so much for the call. Charles, how are you?
Yeah, hello, Rob.
Come on then, Charles. Disappointed?
No, I'm not really disappointed. It's more a case of we need to go into the transfer kitty and really buy some players from Europe, like Julian Alvarez. I think we need to adopt a different approach in Europe. We need to start mixing it up football-wise. I'm surprised Zubimendi was on the bench today. I think this is the type of game we need these type of players because of the continental approach.
Well, to be fair, a little bit harsh. You've not lost a game, and I know you've lost on penalties, but in open play and 90 minutes, 120, you've not lost a game in this year's Champions League. So
yeah, but Zubimendi was playing all through Europe, and then we kind of put Lewis Skelly into the midfield. Why did we need to change things?
Well, Mikel Arteta, I don't think we can question Mikel Arteta, what he's achieved so far this season. Been brilliant.
Yeah, I'm not questioning him, but he changed things a little bit when I think he didn't really need to.
Well, but surely Mikel Arteta knows better than you and I what his team selection is, and when they go into all the analysis, he believed he would have picked the best team he thought could win the game, and they nearly did.
I felt he got a bit scared. Maybe you need to go to the transfer window and get some players like Julian Alvarez, players you can trust in Europe. I think he got a bit scared today, Arteta. He was a bit frightened by what PSG had to offer. Otherwise, he shouldn't have changed the teams. Zubimendi's played all through the season in Europe, and we haven't lost a game, as you said. So why did we really need to change things?
So you didn't blame Arteta?
A little bit.
Wow, okay. Charles, thank you so much for the call. Kieran, how are you?
Robbie, how are you?
Good, thanks, Kieran.
Look, I've been up at the screening this afternoon at the Emirates, and I've come away from it, and there's quite a sombre sort of feeling among fans. Everyone's a bit down in the dumps and a bit just walking a bit mopey and their heads down. And I've got to say, you have to back your team, you have to back your manager. We were by no means mugged off today by probably the best team in the world, the holders of the Champions League, and now the holders of the Champions League 2 years in a row. I feel like everyone's overreacting a little bit. Like the last caller saying we need to get Alvarez, I agree with that. I think he would be a great signing. But to come out here and, you'll get plenty of fans cussing out Arteta and cussing out the team. Oh yeah, we couldn't do it. You won't get that from me because I wouldn't be being sincere.
I agree. You've gone so close. It's been a wonderful season for Arsenal.
And people are also forgetting, be proud, we're champions of England.
Yeah.
We have had a good season.
Great season.
I don't know. What are your thoughts, Rob?
Listen, it's been a great season. It could have been the best season ever in Arsenal's history if you'd won. That's how close it was. Penalty shootout. And Arteta, if he wins that, then there's an argument to say who's the best manager Arsenal's had in the Premier League era, Wenger or Arteta. That's how close it was, a penalty shootout to it. I think, I'm with you. It's been an unbelievable season, considering that when City beat you, everybody was saying Arsenal are going to bottle it. They've won the Premier League by numerous points in the end and gone to a penalty shootout against PSG. It's been a wonderful season, I think.
Exactly. I mean, last time I called you was after we got beat by City. And I said, look at the fixtures. We've got 5-6 games left. They had Everton away. They had Bournemouth away. They had Brentford at home. Granted, they beat Brentford 3-0. The other two weren't easy fixtures. So people coming on here today, if they're going to overreact and be like, well, we didn't win the Champions League. We've won the league. We've got next year for the Champions League. We're a good side. You've got to keep your head held high, and the parade tomorrow will still be just as good. We've got a Premier League trophy to show off, and I'm so proud of them boys and what they've achieved.
Kieran, well said. Totally agree with you. Thank you so much for the call. 08285 909 693 is the number to call. Adil, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Good.
Yeah. No, well, I was just listening to the Arsenal fan. I am just elated tonight because that was definitely a win for football. I mean, Arsenal's football was anti-football. I mean, they parked the bus garage